Paritutu bowling greens in New Plymouth. We're blessed today with continuing this magnificent weather which we have had here throughout the week for this 117th running of the Taranaki Open Fours and Pairs. And all these games have just got underway now. The fours, in fact, the semi-finals, we're into their third end, and we'll be bringing you as well updates throughout the day of the pairs as well, which is underway as well around the green. So just to give you a recap of where things are at, yesterday, of course, yesterday afternoon was a quarter-final day, and we had the I suppose you could say the first big upset was that there was a defeat of the Gary Lawson side yesterday afternoon, and he was defeated, of course, by Mark Noble. Mark Noble right now, who won his semi-final, defeated Raymond Martin by 26-8, and we've now got got Craig DeFaria of the West End Club in New Plymouth playing Mark Noble of the Manawatu. In the other quarter-final yesterday, we saw Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hara defeat Paul Hassel of Tawa by 23-17, and Trevor Rita of Whangarei defeated Kevin Smith of Hinuera 2019 on an extra end, in fact. So that sees now the Trevor Rita of Whangarei side up against the 2006 and 2013 winner Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hara. Also underway, of course, is the semi-final of the pairs, and we have got Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin of Johnsonville and Wellington playing Alan Rickard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn. And the other semi-final, we've got Ted Morris and David Nightingale of Glendowie up against Naki Nahima and Nian McGibbon of the Johnsonville Club in Wellington. And we'll bring you updates of those scores throughout the day. And of course, immediately after that today, we'll have the final of the Constellation Pairs, and also the big final this afternoon of that of the Taranaki Open Fours. 25 ends, of course, no time limit, 3 ends completed. And we've seen so far, singles scored, and the Mark Anderson skip side leading Trevor Rita by 2 shots to 1. The marker we've got with us today is Gay Holland, who will keep us updated on the head of what's going on with the score. And please, if you're watching this, we've picked up the earlier link on this. Please share this link with your friends, fellow countrymen, whoever, and watch this fantastic coverage brought to you by Tamara and Melissa. So we'll be with you right throughout the day at the beautiful Paritutu Club, where the sun's streaming down, the green in perfect conditions, running at around about 17.5 seconds, as told to me by the green staff this morning. So we're into N4 of 25. Steve Smith now playing. You see the jack there right on the 2 metre mark. Here's the Smith bowl coming right down towards the jack. Going to get a touch on the jack, just moves it slightly off the centre line. Skip Dusty Rita will go and put the chalk on the toucher bowl. And now we've got Brendan Anderson. Of course, this is an Anderson family team. We've got Brendan Anderson, Grant Anderson, Mark Anderson, all three. With Kevin Hill on the side, and the Whangarei side of Steve Smith, George Lydiard, Paul Whiteman and Trevor Rita. And what a great reply there from Anderson. Just falls a bowl lower the jack, but on picking would be shot. So here's Smith now with the cap, with the back cape on his backhand. People all moving around the place, please. 25 ends, no time limit. So here's Smith on the backhand. Was formerly played in Auckland now for a number of years. Played in Whangarei, played in the Whangarei Centre, Northland Centre, holds 13 Northland titles. So very, very accomplished player is Steve Smith. Kevin Hill now, the number 2, very well performed player here in Taranaki, won a number of centre titles. See them in the black tower shirts. You'll see the tower, the famous water tower of Hara, blazoned on their shirts. Of course, the Anderson family as well, known for the famous Anderson pies. An iconic legend down here in Taranaki is Anderson pies. Looks to be going on the wider side, this bowl of Kevin Hills, and it will do. And this Cochila Maniototo greens here, Paritutu. You just see a man there in the background sitting there with his glasses on. That's the 90-plus former president of and postmaster here in New Plymouth, Jack Pringle. Great supporter of the game. Jack's in one of the retirement villages just up the road here, but has sat down here for the last 2 days watching the bowls as we see Lydiard just slipping by under the line. George Lydiard, number 2 for the Whangarei side, holder of 8 Northland titles. The jack's been moved, of course, off the 2 metre mark, so we're playing right down towards the ditch, and see where Kevin Hill now on the backhand and the South Taranaki side. Of course, the skip, or Mark Anderson, very, very well performed player here in Taranaki for a number of years. And looking at that green, as you'll see there on the camera, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect the greens are down here, and all the players have been so complimentary. All the visiting players from around the country have been completely just delighted with the greens down here in Taranaki. And you'll hear me a number of times throughout the day. I just urge people, if you want to have a fantastic time in late February, get your entries in for the Somerset National Fours and Mixed Pairs, which will be held down here in Taranaki, around the greens of Taranaki. And I can assure you of a wonderful time and having the pleasure of playing on what is reputed now as the best greens in New Zealand. So here is Paul Whiteman on his backhand. Another well-performed player from the Northland Centre, winner of 7 titles in the north, coming back now towards or past that 2 metre mark, but will it hold up all the way or roll to the ditch? No, sits right up on the back end there, just below the ditch. Grant Anderson now on the map, the blue bowl on the backhand. Goes 25 ends, and at about end 12, around about that time, let's say the halfway mark, the teams have a smoko break. But other than that, we'll be bringing you all the live action right throughout the day. So the shot has been held by, just trying to find our marker. Not sure where our marker's gone to, but anyway, here's Paul Whiteman on the back end. That'll be a measure for the shot. Looks to have good weight, does Whiteman, as it works all its way back towards the centre line. Won't quite get all the way back as the skips change over on end 4, with Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hara leading Trevor Rita of Northland by 2 shots to 1. The other semi-final, I can tell you that that's the semi-final between that of Mark Noble and Craig DeFaria. And I can tell you that it is the West End side, Craig DeFaria side, already a winner of this event, who has jumped out to a 5-0 lead after 3 of the 25 ends. So here is now a skip for the Tower side. Mark Anderson just bringing that line, needs to get it under the Whiteman bowl, trying to get down to sit on this bowl to the jack, gets a touch on the jack, rolls it over, doesn't make any difference. Just in the marker to see whether she can indicate to me who's got shot. Steve Smith having a good look to see on the head to see who he thinks has got shot. Still only 1 down, mate. And indication from Steve Smith, who I believe is mic'd up, indicated that it is the Northland side who are 1 down. Now, not being rude, Trevor Rita really goes by the name of Dusty. That's the name that he is called, Dusty Rita, the skip of the Whangarei side. Very well performed player in the north. So coming down, very deliberate on his forehand. Playing right out in front of us here at the clubhouse, right in front of the clubhouse at Paritutu. Trying to be under the head really to get to that port to try and turn over the second shot. Grant Anderson just saying to Mark Anderson, just don't be frightened. Turn your ball over. On the backhand is Anderson. Playing, of course, very much to a full-length head. And no, that won't make its way, I don't think, all the way back with weight. Just going to fall short of those bowls. So we'll see now whether Trevor Rita will just adjust that line ever so slightly and get down to, and that's the indication from Steve Smith, giving the indications on the head to come down, play with weight through the bowl, to get those the shot and third shot bowled out of the head, or could in fact get to the jack and get it back towards the ditch. So read it, no doubt. He's not quite sure of the shot. Needs to tighten his line from what it was first, which was on the draw. We'll now play it with that of a wee bit more weight. So here is Rita with his last bowl, as we said, would play with more weight. Needs a bit of luck, going to go past on the outside. Indication was it was one to the tower side. And just having a look, and one it is, you see the indication there. It is the one to the Mark Anderson skip side. They go to a 3-1 lead now of this 25-end semi-final. And as I've said in the other semi-final, it is Craig DeFaria up against Mark Noble. And we've had 3 ends completed there as well. And it is the Craig DeFaria side of the West End Club here in Taranaki who is leading by 5 shots to 0 over Mark Noble of the Manawatu.
Thousands of people on TV watching you.
So the jack's been delivered, far shorter length. So here, Brendan Anderson certainly playing to a far lower length. Going to just skip under the head, just missing that centre line fractionally. You'll see it just across to the far side. Steve Smith now on his backhand. So winner of 13 Northland titles. Just to look to give that a twist out of the hand, which always indicates, or mainly always indicates, that it will just go under the line. And Julie, that's what it's going to do. Will more than likely finish jack level, but just slightly under the line. But so Anderson now will just try and adjust that line slightly from his first bowl on this, the 5th of 25. And he certainly got a better line with this bowl, making its way down towards the head now. As we said, a far shorter end than what we've played. Going to finish up lower. The jack, though, it's got a metre of running left to get to the jack. Not going to quite do so. Steve Smith with the back, with the covering. Very warm here in Taranaki and New Plymouth today. Crowd starting to arrive up on the top fence, which has always been a fantastic viewing platform leaning over the fence here at Paritutu, and no doubt throughout the day we will see the crowds pull up along the roadside. As we see Steve Smith draws jack level, the crowds will certainly, as they were yesterday, take the free vantage point leaning over the fence, watching all the action. Here is Kevin Hill now, the number 2 for the tower side, and I'll be joined later on today by the voice of Taranaki sport, Phil Quinney. He'll be in here at some stage today. And for any of the locals, I think this afternoon, Phil will be giving hourly updates on progress results of the finals here of the Taranaki Open Fours. And I'll also be joined by very well-known Taranaki and Bowls Aotearoa advocate or member, and might be president, Johnny Niwa. He'll be joining me as well at some stage, as we see George Lydiard just come down, going to sit on the back of the Steve Smith bowl. And I'm sure we'll see Kevin Hill. He'll follow that line. There he is on his forehand. Just going to get to this jack. It is. Turns it slightly around the corner. Well played by the number 2 for the Tower side, the Mark Anderson skip side. Just on dead draw weight. Got a touch on the jack. Just moved it slightly. Definitely. There you'll see Dusty Rita indicating there's literally half a metre inside that port to the blue bowl for George Lydiard. Is that very well presented hat. Just going to fall off with weight. Just needed another yard of weight, did the Lydiard bowl. And just also we'll give you scores throughout the morning of the semi-final of the pairs here. It's Kerry Walsh up against Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin of Johnsonville up against Alan Richard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn. And the other semi-final, Ted Morris and David Nightingale of Glendowie up against Naki Nehemiah of Johnsonville with his skip Nian McGibbon. And we'll give you updates of those scores as well throughout the morning. So here's the reader indicating to his number 3, Paul Whiteman. On his forehand is Whiteman 3-1 after 4 of 25 ends in the semi-final. This is all going to depend on the weight. The line's pretty good. Just going to drop a couple of feet of weight. Had a perfect line to the jack. Of course, the great thing about the 25 end games is you certainly see scores turn around, as we saw in a couple of quarter-final matches yesterday. Teams at the halfway mark, or just past the halfway mark, had a pretty good grasp of the game, but things turn around and results turn around. We saw that as an example in the Gary Lawson-Mark Noble game, where Mark Noble came from quite a few shots behind to beat the Lawson combination in the quarter-final outside of Lance Pascoe, Andrew Curtin and Robbie Bird. So on the forehand now is Paul Whiteman. Very deliberate stance on the mat. Just trying to improve on his last bowl by about 18 inches of weight. Got the bowl out on a good line. Coming back towards the centre line now. Just needs to drop under this bowl. Is going to do so. Gets to the jack. What a great bowl from Whiteman. And draws the front toucher. Just caresses the jack around the corner. Got that draw, just dead draw weight. Just got that touch on the jack. And of course, the great thing about these fantastic greens here in Taranaki and Paritutu, players can play with absolute confidence on the draw because you know that you're going to get the work out of your bowl. The green staff here done a fantastic job here at Paritutu, and complimenting as well to all the other greens used around Taranaki throughout this Taranaki Open Fours. They once again have highlighted the best greens in New Zealand are down here in Taranaki, and that's been well proven, and that's why I urge you to get your entry in for the Somerset National Mixed Fours and Mixed Pairs, because not only will you be treated with the best greens to play on in New Zealand, but great hospitality. The clubs, and I know we'll be using clubs around the province, so great opportunity to get your entry in for that of the Somerset National Fours and the Mixed Pairs. Here's Rita now, trailing 3-1 as we play the 15 on his backhand, playing down towards the road in here at Paritutu, and it's going to go by, coming down towards trying to get to the Whiteman bowl. So the indication from Grant Anderson, you'll see the port there, play down with weight through the port. That bowl of Readers may well have counted. I think we'll see with White coming down through that port now, trying to reach to the shot bowl. And that's exactly what skip Mark Anderson's doing, playing under the head to get to the split on the bowl. He's going to get the front bowl, turns another bowl over. It was the Paul Whiteman bowl, I think, that he turned over. So Steve Smith having a look on the head to see what the position is. Indication that it is 3 shots being held by the Whangarei side on this, the 15. And I'm sure that Rita won't want to really get, there's no great advantage to him to get another bowl close in on the head, because it just gives a fairly handsome target for him. Of course, coming past now, if he gets past his bowl clean, he would count. He doesn't. So there's 2 that have come out. They indicate it was 3. Steve Smith now with the measure. 3-1 the score going into this end. So Steve Smith the lead, but doing the measuring for the Northland side, the Whangarei side. Going around to the next bowl around the corner. Just trying to see on that. And I'll see what was going up on the board, whether it in fact made the 3 or not. Yes, it did. So there it is now on the 15. It is the Whangarei side. Steve Smith, George Lydiard, Paul Whiteman and Trevor Rita leading the Tower of Hara side of Brendan Anderson, Kevin Hill, Grant Anderson and Mark Anderson by 4 shots to 3 in this 25-in semi-final. Absolutely perfect conditions here. Wee bit of a breeze, which coming, just looking at the flags on the top of the clubhouse here at Paritutu, just seems wee bit of a breeze coming from the sea. For those who don't know where the Paritutu Club is in New Plymouth, it's down towards the Namutu Beach, the famous Namutu Beach, down in the Motoroa end of town. It's about 4 to 5 kilometres out of the city centre. But Paritutu, a club steeped in history. If you go back and look through the records of this, the Paritutu Club, it certainly has got a very, very proud history of some of the great bowlers of New Zealand. As we see this first bowl of Steve Smith come right back to the centre line. Of course, this is the home of the legend, Dave Baldwin. He was the legend of Paritutu, as Brendan Anderson playing this, the 16, comes back towards the centre line now, towards the 2 metre mark. Just going to finish 1 bowl lower the jack, but will be shot sitting just at about 2 o'clock, but lower the jack by about 20 inches, just looking out the window here at Paritutu. Here's Steve Smith now on his backhand. Smith, of course, played in Auckland as well a number of years ago. Just going to go by again, and we'll come right back to that centre line, just past the 2 metre mark, just that's 9 inches to a foot behind the 2 metre mark. So it's a good setup from the Northland lead. Mark Anderson now playing his last second bowl on the backhand. But drew a good shot with his first. This bowl as well looks to be on a good line as it's coming down towards the jack. Going to come lower the jack. Just see it, they're just sitting outside the centre line. And as I said, please, you know, for those who are on this link, watching this Taranaki semi-final, share the link with your friends and family, whoever they may be, or other bowls followers. Share the link and you can see all the live action here from the Taranaki Open Fours. I can tell you in the Kerry Walsh, Ian Franklin game in the pairs up against Alan Richards and Hugh Anderson of Bannockburn, it's the Johnsonville combination that trails 6 shots to 5 after 8 ends. And when I can get an update off the other game, we will also bring you that. So, back to the action here in this match between the Northland or Whangarei side of Trevor Rita skip side against the Tower of Hara skip side of Mark Anderson. And here is Kevin Hill, the number 2, with those 2 bowls just slightly lower the jack. Just going to go by, he will get a couple of metres just past the jack. And as I said, greens this morning running here at 17. So the bowl of just snuck in for shot. The bowl of George Lydia just got a touch off the bowl. Now we've got Kevin Hills again with his second on this, the 16. George Lydia just touched off the Brendan Anderson bowl and made shot of it. And Kevin Hills trying to draw past the front bowl, not going to quite do so, just finishes low of the jack. Trevor Rita indicating to Paul Whiteman, because Whiteman, really Northland side, Paul Whiteman, of course, plays at the lovely setting of Mangawai. The name Whiteman synonymous with bowls in the north. So here is Paul Whiteman playing his first on EN6, coming back towards the centre line now. Will it come back far enough? Has perfect weight, just sits outside the centre line. But there's no question, I was having a conversation with the great John Murta here yesterday. You take your green on these surfaces here at Paritutu and the other greens around Taranaki. You take your green and you will be rewarded. So here is Grant Anderson, definitely one down, trying to reach up to this shot bowl, playing with weight under the head, goes by, got nothing, turned one of his own bowls, in fact, through the head. And Paritutu, of course, was full of live action here yesterday because we had out on the front green the fours post-section play, and out on the back green behind us here in the club rooms we had the post-section play, the pairs as well. So the club very, very busy, and of course only a 2-day break really, because the Taranaki Open Women's Fours also gets underway this week as we watch this bowl of Whiteman's just going to fall outside the second shot bowl of that of Brendan Anderson's. So Mark Anderson just indicated there to Grant Anderson that they've got second and fourth shot if he elects to play with weight under the head on his forehand. And certainly playing with that weight to reach through the difficult, hard shot to play, the bowl to hold up on that line. You'll see it coming down towards the head, goes past on the wide side, which very tight line to be able to get that line and weight. The margin of error very, very small. So the Northland team collectively between them, very, very well performed side in the north, with around about 46 Northland titles between them. So they're certainly a well performed side in the north, and of course the Tower side, the Anderson Hills combination between them as well. They've got a numerous number of centre titles, and of course previous winners of this prestigious Taranaki Open fours. Trevor Rita now. Very good draw player is Rita, coming back in now towards this breaking point. Not going to quite have the weight. Don't know whether Anderson might risk. I don't think he'll risk playing that shot again now. There's too many other of the Whangarei Northland bowls in around the head. Don't want to lose your second shot bowl. You could leave the door open for a number. So you're rightly changing the hand as the skip, Mark Anderson, trying to get down to the shot bowl on the forehand to get a rub through. Will do so. Got the shot bowl perfectly. And we'll see now. Certainly was less riskier playing that hand than what the Graham Anderson had earlier played. 2 downs, the call from Steve Smith, indicating to his skip, Dusty Rita, he's got half a metre to draw the shot. On the backhand, will Rita be? So green running 17.5 seconds, as told to me by the green staff this morning, and I'm picking by the time the day goes on will be over 8 or about 18. Has it got the weight to get past the front bowl, the shot bowl? No, it's not. Just gets another turn onto it. Make any change. Indications to say was 2 shots to the tower side. Anderson, after playing that conversion shot, will now draw on his backhand. Indication was he's holding 2 shots. This certainly looks well under the line, this bowl, and is going to be well under the line. So we'll just wait for the threes to confirm. And they're looking at the third. I think Steve Smith, I'm not as keen as you are to Grant Anderson. If you want it, you get down and do the measuring. And I can tell you in the other pairs game, it is Ted Morris and David Nightingale of Glenfield up against Inaki Namia and Nian McGibbon of Johnsonville and Wellington. And it is 7-6 after 9 ends to the Glendowie combination. So the indication is here that it's 3, in fact, to the tower side. Steve Smith checking the measure, of which Grant Anderson just did, obviously thinking that there is 3, and it is 3. So we see the tower side recoup very quickly from the 3 that they dropped on the 15 to win that back on the 16th, and now go to a 6-4 lead. As you'll see the marker there walking up the green, our marker Gay Holland walking up with the lollipops indicating the shot. Perfect conditions here at Paritutu for this finals day of the prestigious Taranaki Open Fours. Well, you hear people say, and it was hearing from Andy Curtin, was former New Zealand player playing in his first Taranaki Open this week, and to him he said this is it's the best tournament he's played in, on the best greens, and well done to the continuation from the team at Bowls Taranaki to make sure this event remains on the Bowls New Zealand calendar as one of the prestige events. So here's now Steve Smith after the first bowl of Brendan Anderson's, finishing on the centre line but going by a good 1.5 metres. The bowl of Smith's is going to come in low of the jack, but was certainly on the right arc to the centre line. So Brendan Anderson on his forehand. And the senior statesman you can see sitting under the window there, Jack Pringle, long-time member here of Paritutu. And going to come short. This bowl, Steve Smith will remain on his backhand, just trying to beat his last bowl. So we just got that flick again out of the hand on the backhand, and so often that can indicate you're going to come underneath the line. And this bowler Smith's, though, it is going to brush the, no, it didn't quite brush the back of the jack, just cut the centre line, but will be 2 shots to the Northland lead as Kevin Hills now looks to be on a good line. This bowl of Hills coming in towards the centre line now. Looks to be on a very good line. How far is it going to run on the 17.5 second green? Runs right towards the jack and sits right in front of it. Well played by the tower number 2. George Lydiard, I'm sure, will follow that forehand line. It's a very, very, wins the award, the hat. That's magnificent hat. So Lydiard's on a wider line than what we saw with Kevin Hills, and it's going to come by the Smith bowl and come back towards the centre line. It's over the head, so skip Trevor Rita. He won't be too concerned. He'll be quite happy about that. And in the other semi-final now, it is Craig DeFaria after 6 ends. Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here in New Plymouth, leading Mark Noble by 7 shots to 2. As we see this bowl of Hills just finished lower the jack, but right on the centre line. 2 very good bowls from the town number 2. So yeah, Craig DeFaria leading 7-2, 7-2 after 6 of the 25 ends. So George Lydiard now, he's got a different line with this bowl. How far is this going to come back? It's going to depend on the weight. Is it going to go by or get the jack? Gets the jack, a touch on the jack, moves it around the corner, back to where they had the back bowl, ran through with the jack. That's this shot, moved the bowl right off, the jack's right off the centre line here at the wonderful Paritutu Club here in Taranaki. Just a light breeze blowing in off the sea. We are here where we're situated. We're only about 800 metres, or just slightly over 800 metres to the Namutu beach area, which I'm sure today there'll be a number of people around the beaches of Taranaki. There's absolutely fantastic weather that they have got for these nationals. On the back end now is Paul Whiteman, of course, winner of 8 Northland titles, plays out of the Mangawhai Club, coming down under that line now. The line that you can see where the jack's placed, that line is really there as an encouragement to the players of that's where we sort of like them to stand in around that proximity, because it doesn't block up our camera view. So here now is Grant Anderson, definitely down on the head. This is a good bowl from Anderson. How far is it going to come back? Coming back now towards the jack, just going by, gets a touch on the jack, moves it in towards the bowl of the number 2, George Lydiard, and it'll still be the Lydiard bowl, the green toucher bowl, which is shot. So Paul Whiteman, a very deliberate stance on the mat. Good one for coaching this day. That stance on the mat from Whiteman on his backhand. He's out on that wider line as well. It should come all the way back from there. It's going to depend on the weight. Certainly coming back towards that line now. Just going to fall a couple of feet short of weight. As they change over on this, the 7th of 25 ends in the semi-final of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours here at the Paritutu Bowling Club in New Plymouth. Our pleasure to bring you this live coverage right throughout the day. And of course, thank you to Tamara and Melissa, who do such a wonderful job bringing this coverage on behalf of Bowls New Zealand. It's the innovation of live streaming from Bowls New Zealand is now extended to a vast array of platforms, and it's fantastic that people can sit at home, sit at the beach, do whatever on numerous devices and watch this live coverage. So here is Skip for the Tower side. Mark Anderson just trying to get past the Whiteman bowl and around the corner. Not going to quite do so. Got one very good spectator standing behind me now. Kevin Hills, the number 2 for the Tower side, has decided he'll just pop out and out of the sunshine for a couple of minutes, out of the heat for a couple of minutes, and he can watch the live action right here on the monitor in front of me here. So here is Trevor Rita on the backhand. Dusty Rita from Whangarei. He certainly, it's on that wider line. How far is this going to come back with the weight? Just getting down to the bowl now. Might run another metre. It sits on the blue bowl inside it. It does more than likely count. So over here, Grant Anderson saying to Skip, Mark Anderson, play up there with confidence. Down to those bowls, or the jack. And coming towards that jack now. Got a touch on the jack, bounded all over the place. And has gone dead. Well played by the Tower skip. You can see the outside peg there, checking that it was out. Was out. Definitely 2 down on the head was the Tower side. Mark Anderson played that sweeping shot with weight and killed the head. So we'll now, of course, have that replay of the 7th end with the Tower combination of Taranaki from Harawa. That of Brendan Anderson, Kevin Hills, Grant Anderson and Mark Anderson. And they're leading the Northland, the Whangarei combination of Steve Smith, George Lydiard, Paul Whiteman and Trevor Rita. They're leading by 6 shots to 4 in this 25 semi-final. The other semi-final between that of Carl DeFaria of Taranaki, Craig DeFaria of Taranaki, up against Mark Noble. 6 ends gone, and it is 7-2 to the local, the West End side. In the Kerry Walsh, Ian Franklin, Alan Richard, Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn pairs semi-final, I can tell you that there is 10 ends gone, and that game is locked up at 7 all. And in the other semi-final, further over, I can't quite see the board from here, but I will get you an update on that other semi-final with Ted Morris and David Nightingale of Glendowie in Auckland playing Naki Niamia and Nian McGibbon of the Johnsonville Club in Wellington. And as soon as I can get to that, I'll bring you an update on that for other semi-final of the pairs. The jack's been delivered here in the replay of the semi-final here of the 4s, and the first bowl you will see of Steve Smith and Brendan Anderson has gone by the jack. There's the jack you'll see sitting on the 2 metre mark, and absolutely magnificent conditions here. We'll have a good crowd in here today at Paritutu, I can assure you. And especially, no doubt, if there's a Taranaki team in the final this afternoon, there'll be a crowd in here at Paritutu, which there traditionally is. In this, the Taranaki Open 4s. So Steve's endeavouring to correct by a metre. The second bowl played by Brendan Anderson was a metre short. Smith's coming by now, just going past the 2 metre mark. Will come in behind the head, plenty of room. Remember, this green's running at around about 17.5 and will quicken up slightly throughout the day. And that playing from the end, they're playing in now. Any slight breeze, there's a bit of a slight breeze in behind them, the players coming from that end.
Run it out, mate.
Hello, Nora Tutty. I hope you've got onto the link now
again,
and you're enjoying the coverage of this semi-final. And as I say, we'll be with you right throughout the day, semi-final and final. 158 teams started here last Monday morning. And again, we saw Kevin Hills, who's been very impressive early in the game. George Lydiard trying to get to the jack again. Is he going to get the jack? No, he doesn't. Just slipped by under the jack. Kevin Hills and George Lydiard already. The 6 completed ends have certainly played some very telling bowls. So here's Hills again. Just going to fall off with weight slightly with this bowl.
Oh, good, mate. Played a good one.
Leaves himself a metre to the jack, but got the shot just sitting in front of the jack, right on the 2 metre mark. Here's George Lydiard with that very, very prominent, well-fashioned hat, well protected from the sun. Got the nice flip up on one side. Very, very classy hat. Going to go by. There's a lot of weight and fat, and we'll go right towards the ditch. It does do. So, number 3, Grant Anderson, the tower side, trying to emulate that of Kevin Hills and draw one. And he's going to be under the head.
Bit of each, mate.
So Trevor Rita just indicating to Paul Whiteman how much room he's got on the backhand. And Whiteman, very, very deliberate stance, and very good textbook delivery. Looks to be on that wider side. How far is it going to come back to the centre line? Get an applause from Steve Smith as it comes all the way back to the counting area. Just going to sit outside the 2 metre mark. Sits jack level. Good second shot from the Northland number 3. So Grant Anderson, of course, also a winner of the Taranaki Open with Mark in 2006 and 2013. So he's going to be under the head and light, and he is. And just to reaffirm, I can go back to that other semi-final in a moment. They're just changing the board in the Noble Defaria semi-final. And it is 7-4. 7-4 after 7 ends. It is Craig Defaria of the West End, and Whiteman again. He's got more weight this time though. But just the one down is the Northland side. So Craig Defaria of the West End Club playing Mark Noble of the Manawatu. And is 7-4. It's composite side. Mark Noble from Takaro, and the other team members, in fact, from Shannon. So it's one shot to the tower side, the Mark Anderson skip side, as the skips change over. On this, the replay of the 7th end. And I'll get you that other pairs update as well in a second. As we see Anderson playing up to the shot bowl. That too is going to go by a metre, in fact sits on Steve Smith bowl. Dusty Rita, one down on the head, on the backhand. On this, the replay of the 7th end. Needs to come back a long way from there on that centre, on that outside line to get back to the Paul Whiteman bowl, which is just sitting high the jack. Second shot. It sits, and that could well be 4th shot. Might see Rita change his shot selection now with his last bowl. On this, the 7th end. Looks as though Tracking in well to the head though is this bowl of Anderson's. How far is it going to go? This bowl of Mark Anderson's just goes by the, in fact, would fall in and
second, mate. You draw to beat that.
would be third shot. So any chance of the Northland side putting any attack into the head, that's certainly not on the cards now. And here is Rita on the backhand, on the draw, trailing 6-4. Again, it's out on that wider side. Steve Smith trying to encourage it to come all the way back in. Needs to get inside this poor Whiteman bolt or turn it in. All but turned it in. And just the one as indicated there by Steve Smith. So that's the 7th end completed. And we're 7-4 to the tower, the Mark Anderson side. And our marker, Gay Holland, you'll see him pacing up the green, and should be keeping people up to date. I'm looking inside the Paritutu club now, and I can see the live action of what Tamara and Melissa are putting together, producing. It's right in front of us here in the lounge here at Paritutu, so you can watch it out on the green, and or you can watch it in the shade of the clubhouse. So here is Brendan Anderson from that famous South Taranaki family, Anderson Pies. And I do know that throughout the tournament there was a number of people who enjoyed the Anderson's Pies, which found their way to a number of greens throughout the week of the tournament. So again, I just urge people, please, who are watching this or sharing it, just share it with other people. But of course, we've got the Somerset National Fours down here at the end of February, and the mixed pairs follow immediately on from that. Look, please get your entry in, because you're going to be playing as Steve Smith draws right in front of the jack, because you are going to be playing on the best greens in New Zealand. There is no question now about that. The greens here in Taranaki are certainly right around the province. All the compliments have come from a vast array of players on the way how the greens have been presented here. So you can come down here to play in the Somerset National Fours and mixed pairs. You're guaranteed 2 days of section play in the fours, 2 days of section play in the mixed pairs, and you'll be guaranteed the hospitality of Taranaki is outstanding. Some of those smaller clubs around the countryside, rural areas of Taranaki, they'll look after you superbly well, and the hospitality of the Taranaki public, you'll certainly have a wonderful time down here in, well, as was awarded just a while back, about 6 weeks ago, New Plymouth, the city who has the most sunshine hours in New Zealand. Yes, it does. Not me making it up. That is the facts as printed. So here is Kevin Hills, who's played a number of significant bowls in this semi-final. Tries to get a turn under the bowl onto the Brendan Anderson bolt, but it's a Steve Smith bolt locked in the front of the jack, which is shot. And see Lydiard, he certainly delivered the bolt on that wide side to give it plenty of green. Will finish jack level, but won't get all the way back to the centre line. And it was interesting yesterday talking to the great Johnny Murder down here. That the other thing, of course, which the Taranaki greens do without any shadow of doubt, if it's all about taking your green. If you take your green on these fantastic surfaces down here, you will be delighted with what they'll give to you. So the bowler, Kevin Hills, just sliding past. So George Lydiard just try and adjust his line fractionally. He had jack level weight. Needs to get under his own bowl. In fact, is not going to do so. Goes past his first bolt. You won't mind that.
Yeah, 2 seconds. there,
Too
Grant.
much
Or just
gone
touch
in
that
behind
right
the
round
head.
corner,
Steve
mate.
Smith holding the shot with the Mark Anderson side leading 7 shots to 4 after 7 of 25. And Craig DeFaria after 7 ends in the other semi-final leading 7 shots to 4 as I watch this bowl of the Anderson
great
combination. Gets the turn on the bowl,
that's good
hasn't
enough.
turned
Well
it
done.
far
2
enough.
shots.
Great effort, not sure, I don't think it made shot. I'll see whether the marker can give me any indication of what's going on up there. Got 2 turns on the bowl, might still be the shot, that back bowl of Steve Smith. Paul Whiteman now the number 3 for Dusty Rita on the mat, on the forehand. It's on that good arc, but it's going to come under the centre line. He'll be disappointed with that. Looked good out of the hand, but lacking weight and green really. Having a good look at the head is Grant Anderson to see who's got shot. So here is Grant Anderson again on the forehand. Looks a pretty good bowl, this one of Anderson's, and is going to sit jack level. How far is it going to run? Plenty of applause from Mark Anderson, the skip. Marker not giving me any indication of who's got the shot. I'm picking that was the shot, that last bowl that went in, and possibly a measure. Paul Whiteman now with his second bowl on this, the 8th end. Certainly got the bowl out on that wider arc. Needs to work now inside the number 2 bowl. Is going to do so. A run towards the centre line. This will be shot itself from Paul Whiteman. Draws right to the centre line, right in behind the jack. That's certainly the shot. That takes any measure out of the equation. Certainly the shot for sure. Steve Smith with the Northland guys really have got a fine array of hats on. Steve Smith, the lead's got the peak cap with the cape on it on the back. George Lydia, the number 2's got the very, very flashy, formal white Panama style with the Australian roll-up on one side. Paul Whiteman, more conventional with the normal cap, and the skip Trevor Rita got what I would call, looks sort of like a khaki or grey army issue hat that he's got on. As we watch Anderson now trying to play down to reach to the shot bowl, or Jack to sit on the shot bowl, gets it perfectly and pushes it out of the head. Well played. I'm not sure whether his brother was indicating then where that was 3. Nothing, no indication from the marker. So here now is Trevor Rita on his forehand after Mark Anderson dislodged his shot bowl. Needs to come under the bowl. This going to get under the bowl clean. If it gets all the way to the jack, will do so. That shot itself, well played by Trevor Rita after Mark Anderson dislodged the shot bowl. I'm sure we're going to see again. We'll see Anderson will try and reach through that shot bowl. More than likely change to the backhand to play under the head to the bowl, which is jack level. That's exactly what he's doing. It's on the hunt now to the bowl. Looks as though it's just going to go past. It does. So can now Trevor Rita convert further on that magnificent bowl that he played with his first. Drew right alongside the jack. On the forehand is the Northland skip, the winner of 18 Northland titles. On the forehand is Rita. Looks to be on a fairly similar line to his first. How's the weight as it comes down towards the head with the green running at 17.5 to 18 seconds. Not going to quite have the weight to get all the way, but played the shot with his first on this, the 8th end. And we're now got 7-5 to Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hārawā over Trevor Rita of Whangarei or Northland. and it is 7-5 after 8 of the 25 ends. Craig DeFaria leading Mark Noble after 7 ends, 7 shots to 4. In the pairs semi-finals, I can really only bring you one because I can't see the scoreboard right across to the other. So that's I'll get you those pairs updates. So the Johnsonville combination of Nucky Nemia and Nian McGibbon have running away over the game against Ted Morris and David Nightingale, and indications are up 17 shots to 1 in that semi-final. And the other semi-final, of course, it's Kerry Walsh in Franklin and Johnsonville up against Alan Richards and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn, and that score is 10. 12 ends gone. 10-8 to the Walsh-Franklin combination. So 17-11 that other score is. My apologies. That's the Ted Morris, David Nightingale up against Nucky Nehemiah and Nian McGibbon of the Johnsonville Club in Wellington. But back to this semi-final between Mark Anderson and Trevor Rita. Steve Smith just drew lower the jack on this perfect running green here at Paritutu. The green staff, Don Christensen, Mike Walsh and others have done a magnificent job in presenting fantastic playing surface, as have the other green staff right around the province. And at some stage this morning, I haven't asked him yet, but we'll have Grant Hassel, the chairman of Bowls Taranaki, who will just have a chat with me about the event and what it brings to the province, and of course the build up to the Somerset National Fours and mixed pairs, as we see Steve Smith deliver his second, falling right on top of his first bowl, got the shot, just lower the jack. And of course the wonderful ladies here at Paritutu in the kitchen, they do a great job, and the staff behind the bar here at Paritutu, I know they've been pretty busy, but that's great for the club in this fantastic event, 117th year. So here's George Lydiard trailing 7-5 is the Northland side, that very distinguished hat on. Coming back now, but will it come back all the way? Certainly had good drawing weight, needs to get under the bowl and fall in. In fact, just sits on the outside of the bowl. But it'll be the Steve Smith bowl, which is shot. So I can tell you that other pairs game now, it's the Morris Nightingale. Namir McGibbon is now 17-14 as we see this bowl of Kevin Hills just fall on the shot bowl. Been pretty consistent throughout the 8 or 9 ends. We've had the one burned end, of course, as Lydiard again out on that good draw line. Should come back towards the jack from here. Trevor Reid is certainly pretty keen on it. Will just slide by, but sits over the head just beyond the centre line with the Steve Smith bowl just lower the jack, the shot. So Kevin Hills with his second, been pretty impressive, has the tower number 2. Trying to get down to the Smith bowl or jack as we play this the 9th end. It's going to be lower the jack and slip away under the head.
Weight was good too, mate.
You see Trevor Rita there just indicating with his foot to Paul Whiteman where to draw to come out to, really with those 2 bowls behind the jack. One, of course, of those being George Lydiard's, and the other being the bowl of Brendan Anderson, but way under the head, that bowl of Whiteman. He'll be very disappointed with that bowl. Paul Waitman of Mangawhai. Trying to get to the jack as Anderson just goes by. Was certainly in the target area. Here's that very deliberate stance at delivery of Whiteman's got this out on a wider line. Might be too much on the wide side, needs to come back quite some distance from there. Had jack level weight, just goes by the jack now, sits alongside the bowl of George Lydiard.
Right. You see the pig? Oh, sorry. Thanks.
So, Grant Anderson just asking a couple of questions. And don't forget to share this link. Just go onto the Bowls New Zealand YouTube and tell your friends. You can share the link and watch this live coverage of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours here at the Paritutu Bowling Club in New Plymouth. The home of the great Dave Baldwin, Keenan John Murder, Bruce Bellinger, the MacArthur brothers, Bill and Tom MacArthur, Gary Mountsie, of course, Brian Baldwin. There's certainly been some of the greats there in the sunshine, enjoying the sun there. The youngsters with a very flash, I'd say, country road hat on. I don't think Melissa agreed with me that it was a country road hat she gave. So here's Trevor Rita on his backhand. Again, getting out on that wider side. Gets a great draw out of his bowl. Does it come all the way? Getting pushed along. Ram Smith falls in and will go close to counting. Mark Anderson now winner of the Taranaki Open Fours in 2006 and 2013 on his backhand. This two's on a good line to get into that jack area. And that just needs to keep rolling. Will do so. Will he get the jack itself? Does. Draws a toucher. Moves it just around the corner. And may well have made two of it. Could have brought the bowl of Kevin Hills sitting down lower the jack. Might have brought that into the count. Steve Smith having a look.
Mate, you stay there. If you touch him, it'll spring to us. But you're only
So
four,
indication
right?
to Rita is to try and turn one of those front bowls over and play it through onto the shot bowl. Would need a yard of weight to do that. Trevor's
Only one down. You just touch him and you'll get
indication, I think, was it is two down. So here is Rita now after that wonderful draw bowl from Mark Anderson. Anderson, of course, leading 7-5. 7-4, Craig DeFaria leading in the other semi-final over Mark Noble, trying to get to this front bowl. He's got the touch on that jack. And what's that do?
Oh, mate, sorry, bud.
And indication of two. That would be well played by both skips. So here is Mark Anderson. Jack's been moved off the line. Has he got the weight to get up to the area? That we'll see in but a moment.
Look at that.
Morning to you, Grant.
Out comes the measure.
Yeah.
From Steve Smith. Unlucky there was Rita. He got that touch onto the shot bowl. We're going to Smoko by the looks at the end of completion of this when the score goes up. We'll just see in but a moment. Coming around is Steve Smith.
Whole bowl.
Too much. Two. Wait till you get to 69.
Still debate going on how many it was. We'll just wait for that to change at the other end. It was a 2 to the Tower side. So as we go to morning tea in this 25-end final, it is 9-5, 9-5. The Mark Anderson side of the Tower Club in Harawa leading Trevor Rita of Whangarei 9-5. In the other semi-final, it is Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here in New Plymouth who is leading Mark Noble by 7 shots to 4. And in the pairs semi-finals, I can tell you that I just need to get someone to move in front of the board. What we'll do is we'll break off here for morning tea break, and we'll come back and we'll bring you right up to date with that of the semi-finals of the men's pairs here as well at the Taranaki Open Fours, and we'll be back immediately after the tea break.
Everybody would be happy if I went nowhere near the head, eh?
Okay. Fair enough. No, Steve. Cheers, mate. bit of here, mate.
Good morning, and here we are back now, semi-final time of the Taranaki Open Fours, 117th Taranaki Open Fours. Our game this morning we're covering is the semi-final between Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Harawa up against Trevor Rita of Whangarei. And another semi-final, I can tell you that it is Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here in New Plymouth, who leads Mark Noble by 8 shots to 4. In the pairs semi-finals, which are also underway, 17 ends gone in the game between Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin up against Alan Richard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn. It's the Johnsonville combination who hold a slight lead in that semi-final, 15 shots to 12. And in the other semi-final, way over on the far side, that's the game between Ted Morris and David Nightingale of the Glendowie Club in Auckland up against Naki Namia and Nian McGibbon of the Johnsonville Club in Wellington. And it is the Johnsonville combination who are leading as we play the last end. In fact, they're leading by 20 shots to 17. But back to the live action here as we play end 10 of 25 in this semi-final. See, interesting, I see that the lead for the Northland side, Steve Smith, elected to change his hand. So number 2 now, Kevin Hills for the Tower side. He's been pretty impressive. Drawn a number of very, very good shots to date in this final. I'm pretty sure, looking at the green right now, that be a bit of water on this green at lunchtime. Bit of marking, bit of bruising, you can see, bit of sweating going on. And of course, immediately after the completion of the Taranaki Open Fours, the women's Taranaki Fours get underway as well. As we see George Lydiard with the fedora on, very, very predominant. He's got the hat of the day, fields on the fashion on the fields. Just goes by a metre, and it would be the bowl of Steve Smith directly in behind the jack, which is shot. Kevin Hills now. We've been joined by our photographer who's here in the So we just see there Kevin Hills, that consistency again, draws right in behind the jack. That's the shot, just centimetres in behind the jack. George Lydia with his second bowl on this, the 10th of 25, trying to reach that shot bowls out on the wider side, trying to get that draw under the bowl to get to. And that bowl of Hills has just come in. This is a great effort from the Northland player, just going to slip by, only a couple of centimetres. But it's the Tower side, the Mark Anderson side. It was Mark Anderson, winner of the Taranaki Open Fours in 2006 and 2013. Good crowd getting in here at Paritutu. As I'm sure as we build towards the final here this afternoon, we'll have a big crowd to watch this final of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours. As I watch this bowl of Grant Anderson's just roll through onto the head, holding the shot. So the indication there from Trevor Rita, Dusty Rita, to Paul Whiteman is number 3. Play down on your forehand. Don't be frightened to play with a bit of weight to reach where those counting bowls are. Just question the line and the weight, though, coming down towards the road end here at Paritutu. And we're short of weight.
Grant, eh? They're going to be playing right up. That white could come out this side. Be good to get a bowl on this side of the head.
So here is Grant Anderson on his backhand, wide of the head.
All good.
So Rita, just saying you're about 2 metres short. Improve on that. 9-5 it is, the Anderson side leading. Here's that very deliberate stance on the mat from Paul Whiteman of Mangawhite on its way. He's improved that weight. Trevor Reeder's looking closely at this as it comes down towards the head, breaking towards the centre line, and the shot now. He's played it, I think. Gets a touch on the jack.
Good ball, Paul.
Fell out. Well played from the Northland player.
No.
Just trying to get an indication from our marker.
Yeah, because I still like to get here. Yes,
Of
exactly.
what the situation is on the head. She's
Yeah, mate.
hiding under the shade at the far end, so I can't quite see.
Aye.
We'll soon know though from the shots that they played. Our marker, Gay Holland, the lady with the lollipops. Absolutely perfect conditions here at Paritutu for this 117th final day here of the Taranaki Open Fours. So watch Mark Anderson now playing down, gets out on that wider side. He's quite happy, content to be out there.
Yeah, you're playing up there, mate. You're drawing
So,
to the jack.
see,
You touch the jack.
Steve
it'll,
Smith, the indication
something of
to
it.
Dusty Rita. Play down here on your forehand, reach it, 9-5 it is to the tower side. So here is Rita on the forehand. Certainly got a tight line for his bowl. Needs to run into something, doesn't do so, goes through the hold. Obviously playing with that metre of weight to try and turn that blue bowl through the head. You'll see on the Tower team shirts, the famous, the great water tower in Hara.
That's just
Very
coming
much
around
part
today.
of the Hara landscape for many, many years. Here is Mark Anderson, of course, winner of the Taranaki Open Fours in 2006 and 2013.
A little bit tight, I think, but
Certainly seems to be on a lot of a tighter line, and do so. Won't do anything, just full flip across the head. And I'm sure we'll see now Dusty Rita try and
again, mate.
emulate that
You
shot.
can only be playing draw weight, though.
Only
you're
only
2
a
metres
bowl
over here.
with the weight. He'll try and reach down with a yard of weight through the head to get to what is the shot bowl. On the forehand, Rita will be on its way. Just missed his line fractionally with his first on a wider line. This time, will it come back under the short bowl? Needs to get clean under this bowl to get to the shot bowl.
mate.
Just going to drop in weight fractionally. And I'm sure when the boards go up, it is the one to the Anderson side. We've now had 10 ends gone. It's 10-5 to the Tower skip side. And 8-5 now. Craig DeFaria after 9 ends. Craig DeFaria leading Mark Noble in this semi-final here of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours. Jack's been delivered. Interesting, we're certainly on a different length, and I've just had the first card come in from the pairs, and I can tell you that the Johnsonville combination of Naki Namir and Nian McGibbon have defeated the Glendowie combination of Ted Morris and David Nightingale by 20 shots to 17 over the 21 ends. So that puts the Johnsonville side through to the final. And of course, they'll play the winner of the Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin combination up against Alan Richard and Hugh Andrew of Bannockburn. And that game is drawing down in the ends too. Can't quite see the board from where I am. Here's now Steve Smith playing his first bowl. Jack's been delivered far shorter end than what they've been playing. A metre short was Brendan Anderson with his first. Here's the Smith bowl now, breaking its way in towards the centre line. Going to get right back to the centre line. Sits about 2'6" and behind the Jack. Playing up towards the clubhouse here at Paritutu. So on the backhand is Brendan Anderson. This looks a good line bowl. Just question the weight. Needs to come back to the centre line. Just going to go by slightly. Jack high will be the shot. Steve Smith, his line will be to draw up just to the inside of that bowl. Just saw indication from Trevor Reid. It's about, you've got about 2 feet to get under there. Sit under that. There on the backhand is Smith, the winner, of course, of 13 Northland titles to date. It's going to dip under the centre line. Will finish just low of the Jack. Just nipped his green ever so slightly.
Draw another one, mate.
Superb surfaces here at Paritutu. If you don't take your green, you will pay for it on these near perfect surfaces which they have got. And as those who come to the Somerset National Fours and mixed pairs will find that the greens here in Taranaki,
beautiful weight, buddy.
Outstanding.
Close.
Best greens in the country, and you'll have magnificent greens to play on throughout both section play and post section play. As I see a lady outside the window here. Oh, they're photographing everybody. Just coming lower the Jack there was George Lydiard.
Weight's real good, buddy. Beat him too.
The other camera.
Got one
everywhere. This is, look, there's the photographer taking a photograph of a photographer. That's quite unique. So on the back end, there's Kevin Hills. Certainly out on that, like get out on that wider side. Will it come all the way back, breaking now as the Hills bowl, going to sit in behind the Jack to the centre line, just goes by, falls in. Would certainly be another shot. Indication there from Dusty Rita to his number 2, George Lydiard with the fedora on. Just needed to drop his weight by a couple of feet. Here it is, breaking in towards the head now. Needs to get under this bowl of
close to 2, Grant.
Mark Anderson's just goes by. 10-5 with 11 of 25 ends completed in this semi-final of the Taranaki Open Fours. 117th Taranaki Open Fours. As you watch, another great bowl coming in here from Anderson, from Grant Anderson, and so here now is Paul Whiteman.
Yep. It's ideal for his ball.
Playing on his forehand, elected to change his hand. Needs to get just inside this front bowl. Turns the bowl into the head.
Still got 1, Grant.
It been the Smith bowl. So on the back end there is Grant Anderson, the number 3 for the Tower side. His first bowl looks to be clearly the shot. And there's another good bowl of Anderson's now coming in towards
Fall
the
back
head.
off
Going to
that.
sit inside and
Oh,
fall
handy
over.
boot. Could be.
His head starting to build up nicely
good bowls.
for the Tower side. Might see a change of hands here for Whiteman, and we are to follow on the back end to follow the Grant Anderson bowl. So here is Paul Whiteman of the Bangafai Club on his backhand. Oh, that looks on the wide side. Needs to come back a long way from there. Coming back, but hasn't got the weight to get all the way into the head. Certainly trying hard to get in under these bowls. Needs to fall in, and is going to do so, and does. Certainly was a couple down on the head there was Paul Whiteman, the number 3 for Trevor Rita, and really sent the bowl out on that very wide arc and got it to come all the way back.
Well done, boy. Well done.
So here now is Mark Anderson. He's out on that nice draw side. Grant Anderson's taken a lot of interest in this. Has it got the weight to get all the way? No, it's going to finish a couple of bowls low. So, Dusty Rita now. Be delighted that bowl of Paul Whiteman certainly was a saviour. And he too now is on his backhand. And he'll get the bowl out on that safe wider arc. Or the Northland skip.
Not here yet.
Don't think it's going to have the weight to get all the way down. No, it's not. And looking from there at a jack trail for the Tower side.
I'll try and pull it, boy. I'll try and pull that jack.
So here we've got now Mark Anderson on that back end, endeavouring to reach up to that shot bowl or the
Round
jack. Just going to dip under the
Get my
head.
one.
Which bowls are going to tip over? And
No, I didn't mean to do it.
it was the bowl of George Lydiard's that got tipped
Play
over.
another draw shot. You draw the red bowl, mate.
So here's Rita staying out in that safe wide side, wanting to add to the count. Breaking in towards the head now, sits on the bowl. It'll count, I would say. Turns it over, falls over, and it is 3. Saw Steve Smith very, very quickly put the 3 up. The number 3 hand right in the ear. It takes us now to 10-8 after 11 of these 25 ends, with Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hara leading Trevor Rita of Northland by 10 shots to 8. Another semi-final. They're just changing the board.
Right down there.
That's the game between Craig DeFaria and Mark Noble. And I can tell you now it is Craig DeFaria who leads that other semi-final 8-7. 8-7 after 10 ends. And in the pairs semi-final, decided Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin up against Alan Richards and Hugh Anderson of Bannockburn. And played 19 ends. And it is the Johnsonville side who lead by 16 shots to 13. And there could be an all Johnsonville final in that of the pairs, because earlier on we saw Naki Nemia and Nian McGibbon defeat Ted Morris and David Nightingale of Glendowie in Auckland in that one semi-final. So that Johnsonville side through to the final of the pairs. And we now await the winner of the Kerry Walsh, Ian Franklin, Alan Richard, Hugh Anderson and Bannockburn semi-final, where it is the Johnsonville side who lead by 19-13. And in the other fours semi-final, that the fight between that of Craig DeFaria of West End here in New Plymouth and Mark Noble of the Manawatu, it is 8-7 to Craig DeFaria. And the game, of course, which we're covering, that game between Trevor Rita of Northland up against Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Harawa. And it is after 11 ends. It is 10-8 to the Mark Anderson Trevor Rita combination, as we see on the backhand. Change of hand we've seen since Smoko by Steve Smith, the lead for the Northland side, trying to break under this first bowl. Was going to sit clean on top of the Brendan Anderson bowl, turned it out through the head, sits jack level now, does the Smith bowl, and that'll be shot. So Brendan Anderson now playing his second bowl on the forehand. Just question how far it's going to come back. Coming back towards the centre line now. This is well played by Anderson. This is just going to sit lower the jack.
Play this hand, George. Little touch of the jack would be good.
Well played by the tower lead, Brendan Anderson. So now saying to George Lydiard, I think this is the first time that Lydiard has played this hand. Coming down, trying to get to the jack. Has he got the weight to get all the way? Certainly had a good line. He's going to finish half a metre lower the jack.
Draw another one, mate.
That was certainly in the target area to get that.
This back bowl here is that far over. You're just beating that, mate.
Jack trail. So Kevin Hills on his forehand. He'll endeavour to come around that slightly front bowl. Draw another bowl of the head, certainly out on the wider arc. See how far now that'll come back towards the centre line. Going to have good weight. In fact, would finish
very good track,
just
mate.
Low of the jack. Was
just
on
a yard,
line to be in a good area.
Great line before, metre more.
So George Lydiard just needs to improve by half a metre on the backhand with his weight. So here is Lydiard now, the Northland player with the fedora on. So the bowl out on a wider line. Got the weight to get all the way as he's coming down towards the jack now. Is Lydiard. He's going to sit on the shot bowl, rocked it.
Get another one in there, bud. Beat your own bowl, bud.
Needed to be one more roll under the bowl. Would have got it cleanly through to the where the jack's sitting. Kevin Hills now on his forehand.
I'd like to hear that.
Semi-final of the Taranaki Open Fours. He's going to beat his last bowl. Draw under the head. There's a good bowl from Hills. Going to get a touch on the jack.
Mate.
Does
Well played,
sits
Hilsey.
right in behind it. Been very impressive. As the tower number 2, Kevin Hills, just draws in behind the jack. And that's certainly the shot itself. Trevor Rita now saying to Paul Whiteman, come on, play down here with confidence. Reach these bowls, which he will endeavour to do. He's a very attentive tower supporter. He's sitting in behind the right on the terraces. Here's Whiteman now. Key thing is, you can't be short. Trying to get down to the shot bowl or the jack. Going to undercut the line fractionally. Going to get onto the George Lydiard bowl. Didn't get enough turn out of it.
Can't play there now, Grant. No danger there. There's jack level that bowl. Just drawing inside that.
And we'll see now. Grant Anderson will play down on what I'd say that safe backhand side for the tower combination. Bowling Kevin Hills.
Stay up.
Sits in behind the head.
That'll be real good.
The first bolt,
Yeah,
Brendan
good.
Anderson bolt, sits lower the jack, so the head's in a good position for the tower combination. So really saying to Whiteman, make sure that you reach the head on this backhand side. Try and play through. If he likes that, the body language out of the hand wasn't that encouraging. And it's going to die on weight as well. Die on line more than weight. plays up to the 2 bowls of George Lydiard's, but doesn't turn them through. 10-8 the score after 11 of the 25 ends. On the wider side is Grant Anderson with the blue bowl going in, back and behind the head.
Very good.
He'll be quite happy with that. So it's our pleasure to bring you this live coverage of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours. And please share the link with your friends, family, neighbours, boss, whoever you wish to, and sit and enjoy the coverage from Taranaki, from the Paritutu club here in New Plymouth. So here is Rita. Trying to get down to the jack or the counting bowls. Might get the back bowl here. Needs to sit and stay and fall in, and does so. Well played from the Northland skip. Played with that yard of weight, held the line, got down to what was the shot bowl, turned it through the head, made shot of it and sat in behind the jack. Very well controlled weight. So Mark Anderson looking at the shot to play. I'm sure he'll more than likely play a similar shot, I would imagine. Coming down to have a look. So, of course, on Tuesday, the Taranaki Women's Fours get underway here as well around the greens of Taranaki. And that final will also be brought live by the Bowls New Zealand team next weekend. How to watch that. And then, of course, we'll be back here at Taranaki for the Somerset National Fours and Mixed Pairs. And through the last week of February, beginning of March, we're bringing you all the live action of the final stages of both the men's and ladies' fours and the mixed pairs. And I urge you, please, if you haven't got a team together, make a team up, whether it be for the fours or mixed pairs, and get down here to Taranaki. You'll be playing on the best greens in New Zealand, and you'll certainly be well looked after. You've got 2 days of section play of the men's and ladies' fours, 2 days of section play of the mixed pairs, and will certainly be a bowls treat down here in Taranaki for the Somerset Nationals in late February, early March. So looks like we're seeing a change of ploy here. It looks like we're reaching down on the forehand with, I would say, with weight to try and turn some bowls through in the front and get that bowl. You can see which is the Brendan Anderson bowl onto the jack. So here is Mark Anderson. Going to come back far enough. Yes, it's breaking now. We'll get onto the Northland number 2 bowl. Move it through. Just misses the jack. Great attempt by the tower skip. This could be now one of those heads for Trevor Rita. Pretty hard to improve on it.
And I wouldn't mind a bowl here amongst this.
And really what Smith is really saying is really, I don't think just try too hard, really. So Trevor Rita on the mat. I would say trying to get another bowl, perhaps in behind the head, because if that weight is going to be played again, which I imagine it's going to be by Mark Anderson. Some back bowl cover. And the shot that he wants to play is straight on with weight onto the George Lydiard bowl and get the jack to move. The Rita bowl goes towards sitting under the number 1 there. So that's the deepest bowl on the rink. Trying to move the jack over to where there's a couple of bowls of the Anderson side, sitting out to the right-hand side of the centre of the centre line. There's a bowl there of of Kevin Hills, and one of Brendan Anderson, which is sitting out there. And I think, but he may need to play with more weight than he did with his first, if he elects to play that shot. So he doesn't play it with enough weight, all it might result in is moving another one of the Rita bowls into the head for shot. So, big conversation down there to see what shot to play for Mark Anderson, and come to the end of the 12th, the halfway mark. In this semi-final, 25 ends, of course, no time limit.
Sort of weight, Grant.
So to the mat is
I'll play the backhand.
Anderson. He's still not sure what shot to play. There's a talk going on. So here he is on the mat, playing with that reaching weight, trying to get a chip to the shot bowl. Going to get his own bowl in front. Got the jack, and it just locked itself onto the bowl. What was the shot bowl? Great attempt from the tower skip. A 1 to the Northland side. 12 ends completed now, and it's 10-9. 10-9 to the tower combination, with 12 of the 25 ends completed.
Right down there.
And I can tell you it's 9-7 now in the Craig DeFaria Mark Noble game. 9-7 to the Craig DeFaria side. And I see the other pairs semi-final has just been completed. So I'll get an update on that in about a moment and tell you who will play Naki Niamia, and it might have been the Bannockburn side that got up. We'll confirm that in about a moment. So Jack's been delivered just below the 2 metre mark.
Let's say, Bo.
That might be
So
quick,
Steve
mate.
Smith
Almost breakfast.
with his second. It's going to go by as well. Stays up right under the number, as you see there, over the head with his first.
Handy
So
ball,
good second
Bo.
ball here from Brendan Anderson, sitting jack level. And the ball of George Lydia just going to finish jack level, sits outside
shot,
for
bud?
shot. No, nothing in this semi-final. 10-9. Well, there's both the semi-finals. 9-7, as we said, to the Craig DeFaria West End side of New Plymouth West End side. They're leading 9-7 and 10-9 in this semi-final. As we see, Kevin Hills now just going to slide past the centre line.
Weight's real good, buddy.
Just missed his line ever so slightly.
Only one down.
So George Lydiard with a very, very flashy fedora. And quite a unique delivery as well on his backhand. This looks on a fairly good line. This bowl of Lydiard's, it comes towards the jack. It's going to get the jack. It does. Moves it towards the 2 metre mark. You see it right there on the spot. Certainly shot.
Yeah, two and a look, mate.
Slightly jack low, but definitely the shot. Kevin Hills now. Jack move. That line just alters ever so slightly on the backhand. Is Hills. And just question the weight. Needs to get the jack. If the weight doesn't do so,
Very good effort,
just
mate.
goes by.
Just out, bud. Well played.
In fact, could be a couple of shots to the Northland side. The bowl of Steve Smith may well be a counter. So here is Paul Whiteman on the mat. And I'll just bring that. Oh, I don't know whether he gave it the grimmage. Yeah, you can see it very, very much out there on the wide side. He certainly gave that the I don't like that look appearance when he delivered the bowl. And I'll get for you in a moment as well confirmation of the winner of the other semi-final of the pairs, that between Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin of Johnsonville up against Alan Richards and Hugh Andrews, the Bannockburn Club in Central Otago. As we watch this bowl of Hills, going to run into the Brendan Anderson bowl, turns it over to literally a jack level position. Still lead the Northland side holding, trailing 10-9 after 12 of 25. So here, Paul Whiteman been trying to improve on his first bowl. Again, he's out on that wider line. How fast it's going to come back. In fact, it's got the speed, speeds on, and looks to be going towards the ditch, and sits on the ditch board in just one roll, and it's into the ditch. So here, Grant Anderson. He likes the line of this coming to the jack. He likes the line of it. Is it going to get the back of the jack on the way through? No, it doesn't, but may well be shot. Fell over.
Great shot, bro.
Could well have made shot of it. Sits literally jack level. It's the measure between the George Lydiard bowl and the bowl of Grant Anderson. Just looking for our marker lady with the lollipops, who I can't see, find, locate. Don't know where the lollipop lady's gone. And I can tell you that the Bannockburn combination, Hugh Andrews skip side with Alan Richard, defeated the Johnsonville side of Kerry Walsh and Ian Franklin by 17 shots to 16. They were, in fact, it was the Johnsonville side leading 16-15 at the 19th end, and two consecutive twos on the 20th and 21st carried the Bannockburn side to victory, and they now will play Naki Nemia and Nian McGibbon in the final of the pairs at 11:30 here at the Paritutu Greens in Taranaki for New Plymouth. It would appear from that shot, the weight played by Rita trying to get to the back, that it's still the bowl of George Lydiard's, which is shot. Just
That's not wide
can't
enough
see
for me.
the marker lady anywhere to indicate who's got shot. But we saw that first bowl of
Go back here,
Anderson's.
mate. It's not there now.
Mark
You
Anderson
draw the
just
shot
drop under the head. So Rita going back to that backhand draw. We'll just try and finish underneath that jack low bowl, get towards the jack. So on the backhand,
I've overcooked that too, bud.
certainly got it out on that wider side. How far will it come back? It's going to go by on line. Had great counting weight. It went by. So now Mark Anderson as we come to the end of the
Still tight,
13th
mate.
end. He's tightened that line up. Coming in towards the centre line, and the jack now has it got the weight to sit on the shot bowl. We think's the shot bowl. No, it
Down,
hasn't. Will jack low. So we'll see now. They indicate. Some debate going on there.
Hello.
So what the story is. In fact, it was a 1 to the Anderson combination. Not quite sure what's going on here. There's a debate about the scoreboard. 11-9, I make it. And that's been confirmed now on the scoreboard. 11-9 to the tower combination of Brendan Anderson, Kevin Hills, Grant Anderson and Mark Anderson. Over the Trevor Rita skip side from Northland. That's the side of Steve Smith leading, George Lydiard, Paul Waitman of Mangawhai and Trevor Rita. And we've played 13 of the 25 ends. So first bowl of Anderson's is a great opening bowl on this, the 14th end, just finishes centimetres lower the jack. Steve Smith persevering on that backhand side. Trying to get bowls on the head for those that come behind them. Trevor Rita skip side. So finishes just behind the jack. Two great opening bowls from the two leads, Steve Smith and Brendan Anderson. Anderson doing the right thing here, going by to the head. Will come back about a metre behind the jack, but on that centre line. So just a bit of a delay. Well, Anderson made his way back. Steve Smith now on the backhand. His first bowl just went by, coming in towards the centre line now. Just goes past that centre line, goes by about a metre. And 11-9 scoreboard. Kevin Hills now on the mat, been very impressive, has the number 2 for the tower side. On his forehand, playing down with confidence to where that counting bowlers coming in towards the jack now, and the shot bowl will sit on it, move the jack. Skip will be very happy with that. Another good bowl from the number 2 for the tower side. Little one down there, fully, yeah, having a great time down the end there. There's the extremes. A 2-year-old, 18-month-year-old having fun at one end, and the legend Jack Pringle sitting at the other end in the window. Just going by was Lydiard. So I had a week of absolutely perfect weather here in Taranaki for this, the Taranaki Open Fours, and as has been the tradition, I look up on the road front now and the crowd's starting to arrive up there as they drive past the Devon School down towards Paritutu, and they're all standing on the fence overlooking the Wharfies fence. They're standing there, the old Wharfies fence, where it used to be the popular spot to watch the action here at Paritutu. And there again today, looking down in this amphitheatre at the wonderful Paritutu Club, as we see George Lydiard draw just in behind the jack, falls over. Has it made shot? Not sure. The lollipop lady not indicating who's got shot. Very close to who's got shot with that great bowl of Lydiard's. An indication in a moment. So here's Grant Anderson, the number 3 for the Tower side. Well, he's playing on the draw side. You'd think if they were down, he'd be playing down through the chute to get some contact with the jack. So might think that the bowl sitting out in front.
We got 1 and 3. Back here.
Still the shot. So we'll see now Paul Whiteman playing on his backhand. So that indicates to me that he's going to try and reach to turn the bowl over. So here is Whiteman playing down on the backhand, but you think to get the shot, if they're down, would need to be under that line, but just falls lower. The jack was certainly on a good drawing line. I'm looking from where I'm sitting here in the commentary position, and it's a bit clogged up. Just can't really see now. 10-7, Craig DeFaria leading. 10-7 over Mark Noble after 12 of 25 ends. So here comes this second bowl of Grant Anderson's trying to run all the way to the jack, just going to fall low over. Calling Paul Whiteman up to have a look at the head. No, he's not. He's now changed a hand, going to the right to the deepest bowl on the rink. So there's a game of chess going on here between the two skips of who's got shot. So here's Whiteman, the clench of the fist. How far is it going to come back? That's the big thing. To that deepest point of the rink. And will succeed in being the deepest bowl on the rink, on the premise. I think that Mark Anderson is going to play with some reaching weight through there. We'll see in but a moment. The wives sitting there enjoying the sunshine and talking about matters of life. There's the fence that we talked about up on the roadside here at Paritutu, the famous fence where people can stand, lean over the fence and watch all the live action. So here is Mark Anderson on the mat. Get an idea from the weight, the shot that he's playing, but that doesn't give us any indication either. It's out on the wider side. Just trying to see from the lollipop lady whether she does anything now, whether... No. So, Trevor Rita playing his backhand, trying to draw down. It's a good attempt on the draw here from Rita. It's a great attempt from Trevor Rita. Just goes by, but another bowl on the head for the Whangarei combination. So Mark Anderson playing his last bowl on this, the 14th end. He's certainly got a tighter line. It's going to get past. No, it won't. Runs into the front bowls. Now we'll see what the story is. No, we're seeing Steve Smith calling, in fact, Rita up to the head to have a look to see what shot options may be on. And it may, well, got a touch on the jack, of course. He could well make 3 shots of it, but it's only centimetres. See the ladies looking skyward there. It must be, planes of interest. I can hear them flying over here at Paritutu. Hope it's not an invasion. So here's Rita trying to get down to get to a trail on the jack. Going to be under the line. Now we'll just see what was going on. And it was 1 to the Rita combination. 11-10 now after 14 of 25 ends in the semi-final here of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours at headquarters here at Paritutu. And I'll give you an update on the other semi-final as well, that between Craig DeFaria of West End against Mark Noble of Takaro in the Manawatu, but it's a composite side. Can't quite see the scoreboard at present, and I can tell you that the pairs final, which will get underway at 11:30, will see Alan Richard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn. I'll play the Johnsonville combination of Naki Nemia and Nian McGibbon, and that final will get underway at 11:30 a.m. So play underway here on this, the 15th of 25 ends in this semi-final. And just see that first bowl of Steve Smith just slide below the jack. Jack was lower the jack. Brendan Anderson, these two have had a good tussle off the front. No wind. Flags you'll see there now. There was a bit of movement of the flags earlier on this morning, but I'm looking at the flags at the side of the clubhouse here at Paritutu, and really there's no wind at all. Absolutely still conditions. Green running between now, I'd say, was 17.5 seconds when we started off this morning. I'd say we've got 18 seconds on the screen this morning now, and it's about the pace I'm picking. We'll have the final at this afternoon. 11:10 to the Tower side as we watch this bowl of Smith's trying to get to the jack. In fact, just as under the centre line, moves away from the centre line by a metre. The bowl of Brendan Anderson sits right on the centre line. So Brendan Anderson, question how far is that going to run, making its way towards the centre line now, and we'll finish half a metre over their head, but right virtually on the centre line. Shot George Lydiard now with his first bowl on this, the 15th end, with that very impressive fedora. Certainly gets his bowls out on the wider line, but he gets the work at the finish. As we see right here, is it going to sit inside the bowls or outside them? Just goes by. Yeah, pleasure to bring you this coverage, and please go to the link and share it with whoever you wish to. The more people that watch and take interest in it, the happier that we are. And to the bowlers out there, may I just urge you to get your entry in for the National Fours and mixed pairs to be played here in late February, early March, and you'll have the pleasure of playing on the best screens in New Zealand and some of the best hospitality in New Zealand, and you'll have a great week's bowls here in Taranaki, around the rural areas of Taranaki and of course New Plymouth, but you'll get out to the sea. The club's based along the water, Awokra And great bowl here by George Lydiard. And that's the shot. Marker, well done to our marker, Gay Holland, indicating very early on who's got the shot. So you've got 2 days of section play in the fours, of course, and 2 days of section play in the mixed pairs. So make up your combinations now and get your entry in for the Somerset Nationals to be held in New Plymouth. It's the city that has the most sunshine hours in New Zealand. So get down here to the Naki and you'll be assured of a great week. So here's the number 3, Paul Whiteman. Would certainly like to get another bowl on the head. Got the bowl out on a, just question the weight though. It's going to fall under the draw line now, but is it going to get in front of this bowl? The first bowl of Brendan Anderson's? No, so it falls literally, say, a metre short. Just looking out through the window here, and it would be about a metre. So Grant Anderson trying to reach up to that shot bowl. He's got the bowl on a good line. You watch the blue bowl of Anderson's now coming down towards the jack to get to the shot bowl. It's going to be a couple of rolls short. Imperative now that Whiteman gets another bowl, and on the head it starts to look a bit lonely, that one bowl sitting there. So on the backhand is Paul Whiteman. Again is going to get that metre short and just missing the line. Finishes under the centre line. So up come the blinds, and light we have got. Looking directly out onto the green, the windows are open, the sun's pouring down, no wind. Couldn't have better conditions than what we've got. A little nice breeze, a zephyr of a breeze just makes it way. So on the drive, as Anderson got the bowl and couldn't get it cleanly, turned the bowl round the corner. In fact, yeah, I thought he had the bowl clean because it was a great shot to play, because the Paul Whiteman had fallen short with both of his 2 bowls. And looking at the head, the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I would say 4 anyway, belong to the Tower side. So it was certainly worth attacking the head. So Trevor Rita, he'll be desperately wanting to get another bowl on the head. The Northland skip with the big grey hat on, steps out, the Adidas shorts and the Northland representative shirt on the backhand. Desperately wanting to get another bolt in that area. Steve Smith giving it every encouragement. Sits inside these bowls, he'll be happy. Does not, well, sort of sits on the bowl. More difficult though for the drive to be played by Mark Anderson, because the bowl did move around the corner and just restricts the vision line to the bowl. We'll see what shot he elects to play. 10-8 now, 10-8. Craig DeFari leading Mark Noble 10-8 after 13 ends. So here's this first bowl of Mark Anderson's, trying to get to the jack, and great effort from the Tower skip. Just went by, had the perfect line for it. Only but a couple of feet went through. So here on the backhand again is Trevor Rita. He's got it out on the wider safe sides. It comes towards the head now. Steve Smith certainly interested in this bowl of Rita's. Needs to get past his front bowl, the blue bowl, and we'll see in a moment. Not sure. Definitely one. It might be well, there the marker indicating that it is 2. but it is 2 to the Northland side. The Tower side up having a look at the head. And we might see a weighted shot through that last bowl of Rita's to get to the jack. Jack movement. You can afford to play with weight. Yeah, that's just, you might have heard then the call from Grant Anderson, play up through that bowl so he can play with that weight through the port to get to the jack or turn the bowls through the head. So here is Mark Anderson on the mat, on the backhand, leading 11-10, on its way. Coming in towards the centre line now. Is it going to break too quickly under the line? Will do so. What's it going to hit up? Nothing really. Nothing changes. The indication was it was 2. We'll just let the players confirm that on the board. And it is 2. Change of leader. So the Northland side now hit the front 12-11 after 15 ends of 25. Anybody's game, as is the other semi-final, where we've got Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here in New Plymouth leading Mark Noble of the Manawatu by 10 shots to 8 after 13 of the 25 ends. So Jack's been delivered as we play the 16th end right down towards the 2 metre mark, down towards the road or sea end here at Paritutu. So the first bolt of Trevor Smith goes by, but it's on the centre line. And as has always been the case here in Taranaki, the sponsorship and local support they get for the event is fantastic. Just sitting alongside, just along from me here, is Ian Morris, the head Sherang at the New Plymouth Club. The club now, really iconic now in New Plymouth, got a membership of around about 5,000 members, and they are the sponsors of the piers here at the Taranaki Open Fours. And I believe, talking to Ian earlier on, the number of the visiting bowlers took the opportunity to go along to the club, enjoy the hospitality and wonderful meals that the club prides itself on. As we watch this bowler Smith come behind the jack to the centre line. So good response here from Brendan Anderson, and draws in behind the jack.
We're down to that, George. Draw the shot on your favourite hand.
So here's George Lydiard, who's played some impressive bowls the last few ends, trying to reach to that shot bowl, put the commentators cursed on him, and he finishes really just lower the jack and short and under the line.
Yep, get another one handy, bud.
So here is Kevin Hills, the number 2, been pretty impressive in this semi-final, sorry, but this time under the line, the old Danes try to play under the bowl and steer your bowl. So here's the Fedora man, George Lydiard, the number 2 for the Northland side, but again, it's going to be under the line, trying to get to that well-played shot bowl of Brendan Anderson's as we play Ian 16 with the Northland side in front, the Rita side in front by 12 shots to 11. So certainly nothing in this semi-final. Our pleasure to bring you this live coverage.
Speed in this ball, back here.
So here's now Paul Waitman. Desperately would like to play a big bowl here as they've hit the front. Gave that grimace again, out of the hand, and it's on that wider side. Needs to be under the blue bowl. You can see out the air, it's sitting right on that white line. Needs to be under that bowl with more than likely another yard of weight to reach that shot bowl. And of course a jack trail for the Northland side would be great, because there is a bowl of George Lydiard's and Steve Smith sitting out on that side of the head, which is where Grant Anderson is trying to get some cover on. But he's going to go outside the bowls. He needs to get inside, gets inside,
very good,
slides a good cover bowl. But that movement of the jack still there for the Northland side. But no, getting to change the hand is Whiteman, trying to play down to that shot bowl on the forehand side. Ooh, looking closely, may have had that on the wrong, might have had the ring on the wrong side then. That's changed at the last minute. Here's Whiteman on the mat, that very deliberate, so deliberate, doesn't like it. He was trying to play under the line there. Paul Whiteman's
first and third,
a bit of pressure the last few ends. He'll be starting to get a bit frustrated. Shots not going the way how he wants them to be. Lady there in the pink, very good, hydrating out there in the sunshine. Perhaps though should have a hat on under the shades.
There, Grant. Sit on our bowl.
She's got the slip, slop, slap. She's got the sunscreen lotion on. Very important for all those people here at Paritutu today, that they've taken care of the message from the Cancer Society. Slip, slop, slap. Get that sunscreen lotion on. We don't need it where we're sitting in this lovely surroundings here inside at Paritutu. We're so looking to get another bowl in that covering position is Grant Anderson. Finishes just lower the jack. Will just make that vision line just a wee bit harder for Dusty Rita as they change over. 10 all now, 10 all in the other semi-final. That is the Craig DeFaria up against Mark Noble. 14 ends gone, all locked up, 10 all. There they are sitting in the sunshine. Whoa. Ray Walsh sitting there, one of the fine ladies here of the Paritutu Club. They're standing outside here in the sunshine, having some beverage and cold tea. So here is Dusty Rita on his backhand, trying to reach up to that shot bowl. It's on its way, on the backhand. Backhand trail, certainly in the favour of the Northland side. He's on a line to get down to it, hasn't got the weight to get all the way down. Will sit in front of this blue bowl, will it? Yes, it will. It's another bowl on the head for the Northland side. He'd desperately like to get a touch now on that shot bowl, or a touch on the jack. And Mark Anderson will certainly want to get another bowl on the head. Yeah, indicating there Grant Anderson will draw. The last thing he wants to do though is draw. There's our marker there. Gay Holland with the lollipop lady. The thing for the, I don't want to put a jack level position in for a bowl for the, to work off. This is a good bowl here from Anderson. Needs to get past this. Northland bowl doesn't do so, so I'm sure we'll see a repeat shot endeavour from Dusty Rita trying to reach down to that shot bowl, or a touch on the jack. It'd be very advantageous to the Northland side. Holding 1 is the Tower side, the Harawa side.
Watching this lorry.
It's going to get back enough. Is it going to get back enough? No, it won't. Just goes by the ball. Great effort. Great effort. So it's 1 shot. To the Tower side as we come to the completion of the 16th end, out on the wide side, out on the safe side. And I'm sure it's just the 1. Looking. We'll see in but a moment. It is just the 1. You see our marker, Gay Holland, indicating that as she walks back up the green. Thank you to Gay for doing this marking, and of course the Paritutu Club, green staff, bar staff, catering staff, all of them do a wonderful job here at this fantastic club, steeped in history, steeped in champions, this Paritutu Club. We saw those very tough tussles yesterday in the quarterfinals, Jack being delivered to the 2 metre mark. And we saw in those quarter-final results yesterday, we saw the Trevor Rita side, who's out here today, beat the Kevin Smith from Hinuera side 2019 on an extra end. We saw the Anderson side, of course, who are out here now playing. They won their match over Paul Hassel of Tawa by 23-17. Craig DeFaria had a big win over last year's runner-up, Raymond Martin, by 26 shots to 8. And in the other quarter-final, we saw the Mark Noble side too good over the last 8 or 9, over the last 8 ends over the Gary Lawson skip side, and Noble running out the winner by 26 shots to 18 in those quarter-finals. So good opening bowl from Anderson. From Brendan Anderson, just going to go. The Smith bowl also finishes Jack level, but just goes a bowl wider than the Anderson bowl. So here is Mark Anderson with the Anderson, I'll call them the Anderson pie caps that they're wearing on the backhand. It's on a good line again. It's going to get the Jack on the way through. No, it's not.
2 good bowls, Groff. Well played.
Goes by. They'll be happy with that though. It's over the head. "24 degrees here at Motoroa this morning. Was it still this morning? No, this afternoon now. 24 degrees, and we'll just right up to 25 later on this afternoon with no wind as we watch the Smith bowl come in behind the Jack right on the centre line. That shot, well done to our marker out there.
Well, you can play here actually,
the
mate.
lollipop
No,
up
play
straight
here,
away, but you can see
play
that
plenty
bowl.
there. That's Jack level, mate, so you're just drawing in here. Sit on the shot bowl.
Of course, big thank you to Tamara and Melissa, who are the brains of bringing this live coverage, cameras, everything, all the work that they do. For those who, we're actually sitting here with there's I think 1, 2, 3, 4 screens here of action. There's a TV, there's a computer, there's cameras all over the place here.
Very good effort, mate. Good
Paritutu.
low.
So certainly a very polished professional production that Bowls New Zealand bring with this coverage. As we watch now, George Lydiard with the Northland side. Oh, now around come the lollies. That's great. That's
Putting
great
out on that
service.
same line,
You
mate.
ladies at Burnside, yeah, take note of
2
that. They
seconds
bring
there.
us cheese rolls. In Taranaki, they bring us sweets. So Kevin Hills now trying to reach that shot bowl of Steve Smith.
Nice there, mate.
Sitting right in behind the Jack's going to be a bowl wide. Might get an inside slide to the target. Doesn't
Great
do
effort,
so.
mate. Top bowls.
Turns the bowl over. Turns the bowl of Mark Anderson's over. 11-10 now.
I played in it before.
11-10. It is Craig DeFaria leading Mark Noble after 15 ends.
Yep. Oh, you're playing, mate.
No, the greens are fantastic. We don't get greens like this up north.
So here's Grant Anderson endeavouring to reach up to the shot bowl.
Get off it. Okay.
Just went by, but
Weight was good, mate.
another bowl on the head for the Tau Harawa side. So here is Paul Whiteman. From Mangawhite, again, he's out on that wider side. He's had a bit of a struggle the last few ends. There's Whiteman. He'll be disappointed with that.
Try that again.
Good player, that Northland player, seven Northland titles. So here, Grant Anderson again, endeavouring to reach up to that shot bowl.
To the line. We'll get the back of there.
Just got a bit of weight on, goes outside the target, sits inside though. Another bowl on the head for the Harawa side. So, see Dusty Rita indicating to Paul Whiteman, try and get me some cover on behind the head. I'm looking out the window here. Remember, the jack's sitting right on the 2 metre mark, and these bowls are all clustered pretty much around the head. They're all tight to the head. It's a very tight head. As you watch this bowl of Whiteman's just going by, we'll give them the back deepest bowl right under the number one. You'll see it sitting there. And of course, the final of the pairs is just getting underway as well. That final between Alan Richard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn up against Naki Namia and Nian McGibbon of Johnsonville.
Just your bum's got to be closer to the ground like a duck. Duck down.
Play the forehand.
So, the Skips have had a good look at the head as Mark Anderson makes his way back to the mat as we come to the back end of the 17th end of 25 in the sunshine here at the Paritutu Bowling Club. And it's all locked up at 12 apiece. On the forehand is Anderson now trying to reach up to that shot bowl. Sitting in behind their heads on a good line. Is it going to come back all the way? No, it's not. Certainly playing with ditch, reaching weight. I'm picking that. We'll see. Rita may elect to play the other hand to try and get another bolt on the head.
I really like that.
So I'm going to very shortly have Grant Hassel, the chairman of Bowls Taranaki, sit down with me for 10 minutes and tell me all about this event, the semi-finals and the finals, etc. of this outstanding event. As we watch Dusty Rita playing his last on the backhand on this, the 17th end, playing his first on the 17th. As we said, yeah, we thought he would go to the other side, try and get another bolt on the head. How far is it going to dip under the line? Might be fortunate to sit on one of the shot bowl, is going to do so. Rocked it around, creates another bowl on the head. Just makes that challenge a wee bit harder now to get to the inside of the bowl would certainly give the result to run on to what is the shot bowl. That's exactly what Grant Anderson is pointing out.
Closer this time. I don't think so. Yeah, you know.
Still wide, though.
So going by was Anderson. Sees Steve Smith indicating there, get inside that bowl, playing on the back end, get inside the bowl on draw weight. Certainly out on the wider line. On the safe side, won't come all the way back.
One, mate.
And it's a 1 to the Northland side. They go to a 13-12 lead after 17 to 25. And 11-10 to Craig DeFaria over Mark Noble after 15 ends of 25. So when Grant Hassel's ready, he can come along and sit alongside me for a few minutes and have a chat about once again, the successful Taranaki Open Fours, 117th. Jack's been delivered. And comes across to the a shorter length head to what they've been playing down towards the road or sea end here at Paritutu. So Steve Smith delivers his first. He jumped aside with that one on the point of delivery. Don't know whether he looks pretty good though. How's the weight going by? He's got a half a metre on the going by, but so Brendan Anderson now on his forehand. 13-12, 13-12. Both these semi-finals. One shot difference, 17 ends gone in our feature match between Trevor Rita of Northland and Mark Anderson of the Tower Club in Hara. We've got 13-12. In the other semi-final, that of Craig DeFaria and Mark Noble, it is 11-10 to Craig DeFaria after 15 of the 25 ends. And the final of the pairs is just getting underway now. That's the final between Alan Richard and Hugh Andrews of Bannockburn up against Naki Namia and Nian McGibbon of Johnstonville. And of course, we'll be with you this afternoon and we'll bring you that live fours final. We'll have bowl by bowl coverage of the final of the 117th Taranaki Open Fours. And please, if you're watching this, share it with your friends, whoever you wish to, and get them on board watching this. Well, one of the landmark events in the Bowls New Zealand calendar for sure, the Taranaki Open Fours. 117 years, as we said, absolutely outstanding event.
Go here. Go the shot.
So the first bowl of George Lydiard's just going by.
One down. You draw there, buddy.
under the head
Yeah, probably three.
of Kevin Hills, who's been very impressive throughout this semi-final. So here we have George Lydiard as our marker. Gay Holland doing a great job. And the jack's been pulled around the corner by number 2 by George Lydiard. Shot sitting jack level.
Only one
There's
down,
the
mate.
lady,
Try that again.
there's a cappuccino being delivered down there to that lady in the black and white
Speed to
striped
it.
shirt. Of course, here at Paritutu, plenty of catering, plenty available. There's a cold beverage
Right.
bar in here, and everything's here at Paritutu, this great club. So Grant Hassel now, the chairman of Bowls Taranaki, is going to sit with me for about 10 minutes, talk through about this event. Welcome, Grant.
Yes, Kevin, good afternoon.
I see him just put the time clock on. Must be expecting to get paid.
Kevin, you know us accountants, if we don't charge out in 6-minute units,
Yeah.
we cannot afford to go to bowling tournaments.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I'm available for either 6 or 12 minutes.
So once again, great, very happy with the way how the event's gone. Well, we've been blessed with fantastic weather.
Yes, Kevin. On the Monday morning of the tournament commencing, the
One bowl
Open
high,
News,
really.
which is the newsletter, 4-page
You just get another one
but
close
that
there,
it
Grant.
is,
You, well, try to get the shot doing it.
commenced with the comment from President Ian Andrews that perfection is the aim, but we never quite get there. There's been a couple of minor deficiencies that have been unearthed during the week, but on the whole I would suggest to you that of the 158 teams that have taken part this week, north of 150 of them will go away with absolute positive stories to tell.
What a great bowl there from the Tau team. It's number 3, Grant Anderson. Well, I agree, Grant, because the comments that I had yesterday from even some of the defeated out-of-town visitors, like Andy Curtin has won, first time he's been at the tournament, and their compliments were glowing, not only about the administration of the event, but also the greens, the way how they've been presented, and the way the clubs are presented as well.
Well, certainly on account of the greens, I think they've been as good as they've ever been. And indeed, Morris Symes, who attended this tournament, his first one in 33 years, said that they're the best greens he'd seen in New Zealand in the last 5 years from his role as Secretary-Treasurer of the New Zealand Greenkeepers Association. In terms of the hospitality from the clubs, Kevin, they are vastly experienced now. This annual competition, of course, has a set formula that is reeled out year after year, and that includes not only the format of the competition, but also the quality of the food that is available and provided by the host clubs. They're, as I say, very experienced and able to provide what the players want, and I think that's the most important thing. If you can listen to the players and act upon their guidance, you're more likely to end up with a favourable outcome, and indeed the objective which we always have, which is to see those visitors return year after year.
Well, I'm sure they will, Grant. We just saw a great bowl there from Grant Anderson, moved the jack, but unfortunately didn't quite get the right side of the jack and sits just underneath. Now you'll see it's the George Lydiard, the green bowl, which is in fact the shot. So we've got 2 very tight semi-finals, Grant, aren't they?
Yes, they certainly are. I would suggest to you, Kevin, after about 8-10 ends, the talk around Paritutu was it's going to be an all Taranaki final, but as they currently lie the scoreboards, both visiting sides have themselves in front by a solitary point. It's been very interesting indeed in this watching this Northland team, and I've never really seen Trevor Dusty Rita go before, but he's been a very impressive draw player over these post-section rounds, that's for sure.
Oh, he's a very good player. He's won 18 Northland centre titles, and has always been a very, very good singles player and reliant predominantly on his draw. And as we watch this bowl, of Anderson's trying to sit inside the shot bowl, or Jack falls in, great bowl, makes shot of it. So it was certainly a great recovery bowl, Grant, from the tower skip for sure.
Yes, Mark Anderson, 18 Taranaki titles in his own right as well, which is slightly fewer than Grant than 03 with 22. But he is a vastly experienced campaigner now, Mark, as is Grant. This is their 28th season in the sport, having watched a number of years prior to that as well with Father Brian, a Taranaki Gold Star holder with 6 Taranaki titles. He's actually in attendance today, who formed the famous Anderson's Pies from Harra, and their mother, Carmel Woodward, as she became, was also runner-up in the Dominion Fours in 2000. So they've got the breeding on their side, and that has come to fruition in their careers, which, as you've highlighted earlier in your commentary, Kevin, has included 2 Taranaki Open Fours victories.
Yeah, so they're the family very steeped in Taranaki Bowls results and history, aren't they?
They most certainly are. And the delightful thing over the last 12 months has seen the Anderson Pies brand also come on board as sponsors of Bowls Taranaki, and I've been chewing Grant's ear for a while, and now he's showing that he's got a bit of an appetite as well in terms of administration, and I'm hopeful that in the years ahead that he could well be sitting in the seat that I'm in at the moment, Kevin.
Oh, well, time will tell. We all know, for those that have been involved in Bowls administration, getting good people is a challenge.
Yes. I think looking at this year's competition specifically, it would, in my mind, be the strongest field that we have assembled from a playing strength perspective in a generation. I counted 7 past or present New Zealand representatives were here, and I know that doesn't compare with the number that would attend, say, the Burnside Pairs or the North East Valley Singles, but they've got a commitment here for a week, and that's always not an attractive proposition, particularly for a current New Zealand representative where they're so time poor. But we're also mindful, Kevin, of getting the balance right, because it's about participation. This is the best advertisement of bowls that we can have in Taranaki. It engages still a wide variety of members of the public. Most of them know someone playing, whether it's a neighbour, a work colleague, an uncle, Bill down the road, etc. It engages them like no other bowling event that we run in Taranaki can or does.
Well, it certainly does, and I know from my own perspective, coming back here as well, Grant, you meet up with people who you you played with or played against or whatever, and that Taranaki flavour never goes away, and it's one of the proud things of the provinces, isn't it? Or this province particularly.
Well, it most certainly is, and I think that one of the main reasons for that has been the strength of the administration. Not so much now, but in the years gone by, guys like Lou Russell and Liz Cave, Jack Heyman, and Brian J. Bennett QSM, etc., they were the glue that held the tournament together, and we've been fortunate that we've just replicated those.
Great bowl here from Steve Smith, the lead for the second bowl from the Northland side. Had to draw just under the bowl of Brendan Anderson, and did so. So I think both of these sides, it's fair to say, Grant, and it's always nice to see, and good greens allow this, of course. They're certainly great exponents of the draw game, not the what we'll call biff and whack type thing, because you can draw on these greens, can't you?
Most certainly, and I think that still is the fundamental part of the game. If you can't draw a shot, you're going to struggle to win tournaments. You can win games, but to win tournaments, you're going to have to draw a lot of shots. And this Taranaki Open Fours is an illustration of that. When you look through the winners over the years, you will find that the front end, particularly of sides, has been made up of very good draw bowlers, and it can be quite boring, I guess, in some respects, that you put your bowls in, they get whacked off, and you play them for 7 days or 8, as it used to be when we used to go out to the Monday. And it really is an endurance test, a test of stamina, the ability to keep that concentration up,
Only one down.
which has
Play here.
differentiated between the
You're
good
arriving
teams
here,
and the great
Halsey.
teams, as the saying would go,
That bowl,
Kevin.
turn scruff
Yeah,
right.
it's a fair
Gonna roll
comment,
off back,
Grant.
come to us.
I think it's the good thing, of course. It's a format that has never changed, and it's and being able to maintain. Look, every tournament, Grant, right now is going through hassles with entry numbers and all sorts of things. But I think one thing which appears to be healthy here in Taranaki is, and talking again to John Murder yesterday, that what I would call a number of our rural clubs, the likes of the Rahutus and Okados, but there's a number of younger players now coming through and acquit themselves very, very well. And there's a number of younger players now playing in the province.
Yes, it's a fair observation, Kevin. We are very fortunate to have had a revitalisation in a number of those clubs that you've mentioned and others. And I think that comes back to a premise that used to be so prevalent, and that was that the bowling club was the heart of the community.
Correct.
And in some of these areas, they've lost their schools, they've lost their churches possibly as well. There aren't necessarily other sporting activities that are available. And as the house prices, particularly in the urban areas, continue to climb, people are looking elsewhere to live, and a number of these towns and villages are very desirable places indeed to be, and they're not that far from the main city at any rate. So building a community around a bowling club is something that I think the sport has an opportunity to grow with.
Well, it has, because we've seen as well, Grant, if we take the number nationally, where we had, even in the COVID environment, there was a 7% increase. Great bowl here from Whiteman. That'll make two, but just opens the door there, Grant, doesn't it? For that, just to play through the head towards the ditch. There's bowls back there in the catching pen for that jack movement. Which
yes, Kevin, I've always had the philosophy, not that I'm any great shakes as a competitor, but when that jack's down on that 2 metre mark, there's a high chance that it could end up in the drink if someone gets close. So yes, it's perhaps.
Well, I was just a wee bit surprised with that shot, the hand that it was actually played on. I thought they might have just tried to play through that front port to get to the jack. There's Jack Pringle there, sitting there. Still loves sitting watching bowls, the ex-postmaster, doesn't he?
Yes, Jack Pringle, what a wonderful life he has had, Kevin.
Yeah.
At 95, I think he is now. He won the Taranaki Easter Fours in 1985, leading for the great D.C. Baldwin.
Yeah, well.
And then in 1999, skipped a team to win the Manawatu, or the Palmerston North Golden Oldies, which is another great annual bowls competition in the North Island. Jack actually was one of the first people to rescue in the Great Smash, should be not quite the right word, but the Hyde Railway disaster in about 1943.
Yeah.
And then he saw active service in the Second World War and was involved indeed in the last act of the war in the Pacific. And then when he began his rugby coaching career, amongst his protégés were the Meads brothers, Colin and Stan.
Well, there you go. There's a biography of Jack. He's sitting here today. He's still enjoying watching his bowls, and it's great to see him here. As it's always great to see here at Taranaki, Grant, you see people who, of so many famous sports people here in Taranaki as well, which that legendary environment that doesn't go away, does it?
Yeah, correct, Kevin. And I think there's Taranaki Gold Star holder Neville Soul talking to Okato associate greenkeeper Ard Schrader, two of the regular competitors we see around Taranaki. But a point about the entries, Kevin, with the tournament, 158 this year. We were slightly disappointed that we didn't reach the same level as 164 last year, but I know that we definitely did lose a few who have preferred the national tournament this time. That's both local and visiting teams, but over the last 6 years about 158 has been our average, so I feel as if our entry numbers have stabilised, which we're happy with. Of course, it's nowhere compared to where we were in 1980 with 580 teams, but the number of affiliated members in New Zealand reflects that as well.
Oh, it does. They were great days in those big numbers. It certainly was a mammoth event. And of course as well, Grant, we watched this bowler. Rita's not going to get to the jack level position. I'm just surprised the way the shot here to be played by Mark Anderson. You're going to tighten that line. He is tightening that line up to try and get to the front or to sit on the shot bowl. Going to go under the head. Might get a slide here. Might get
another one.
Might get a generous slide or knock one in, and it may have knocked another one in. We'll see what the indication is, and there's the indication from our marker. It is 3. These are 19 to 25, Grant, as we know in this discipline. This is where the rubber hits the road, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. A number of games have been won or lost in this situation. The most famous I can recall was, in fact, at the Dominion tournament when PK Clark OBE played J.A. Lambert, and Clark led by my memory 11 shots with 2 to play, and Lambert pulled a 6 and a 7. So and I know you mentioned something on the commentary from the Dominion tournament this year about large numbers being transposed late in the game, some of which resulted in outcomes being different to what they would have otherwise been.
Oh, there certainly were. We did see a lot of that in Christchurch. And now, Grant, the national fours and mixed pairs scheduled to be played here late February, March. Taranaki, Bowls Taranaki, I presume, will be really want to see people turn up and take part in this new format of the mixed pairs and national fours.
I think that looking at the numbers that they received last year in Otago Central, with the mixed pairs especially, it was a great move by Bowls New Zealand introducing that competition, and it gives a bit more, appeal to participants or potential participants to go, particularly to the other island, to take part when you've got 2 events that you can be involved in. We have a limited involvement, of course, in running of the national tournament, but we'll be engaged with our constituent clubs and provide various assistance that is required, including publicity of the Dominion tournament. And we're certainly hopeful that we can replicate the successful nature which we believe both the 2013 and 2017 tournaments were when they were held here, both of which were concluded at Paritutu. This year the fours will be decided at West End, and then the mixed pairs will reach its conclusion here at Paritutu.
So the West End Club, for those who don't know, the West End Club is only but a couple of kilometres, in fact, away from Paritutu, up on the Churchill Park, right next door to the magnificent and historic and best rugby club in Taranaki, the Tukapa, the Blue and Whites, the Chooks, and it's right now. Oh, I see Sandra Dowdle there giving me a real goodness. That's a glare from many years back.
Yes, and I can see Ian Morris, life member of Tukapa, taking great delight in your comments.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, at this stage, of course, was still, we're hoping that people take up the challenge and come to the Nationals. Now, what about the Taranaki Women's Fours, which gets underway on Tuesday? What's the entry like going into that this year, Grant?
Kevin, it's identical to 2021 with 56 sides. Split across 4 sections, various greens in New Plymouth and also Inglewood being used. They have 3 days of qualifying. I'm delighted to have a couple of South Island teams, one from Darfield and one from Marlborough, in attendance this year as well. When we look back at that women's tournament, it traditionally used to drag in a lot of very good bowlers from all over the North Island, and then about 30 years ago those visiting numbers started to diminish. I just pause momentarily as I see Mark Noble, who must have been about 3 or 4 down, draw shot as he yelled at his bowl, pleading with it not to turn in time or too early, and it didn't.
Well, Grant, that board's changed over there.
Yes, it has. Noble now leads, I think, 14-11.
14-11
after
at 17. And it's interesting, we've just seen, it's only 3, I know, but we've just seen that slight change here. But the Tower team have responded straight away. They've got 3 bowls sitting around the head. The first bowl of George Lydiard's was very short. And it's the old story in this game, when you get to end 19, 20, and you've scored on the 19th, you've got to make sure that you string a couple of ends together. Otherwise, your lead evaporates very quick. And Dusty Rita will be very disappointed at this stage, playing the 20th end of how this ahead is building up for the Northland side.
Certainly he will. Unfortunately for George Lydiard there, he was wayward with his 2 deliveries. Much more pressure coming now on no 3, Paul Whiteman, to try and get something close. Even though Smith's 2 bowls are handy, this is the opportunity to nail it. And as you say, stringing together consecutive ends in a tight game is absolutely critical.
Well, you get in front really, Grant. You really have to score 19 to 22. That's one of the real key things. Otherwise, it becomes very tight at 23, 24, 25.
Yes, and the old philosophy I've always had over 25 ends is, if you don't get to 20, you won't win. And if you want to make sure you win, you've got to get to 30.
So that's this bowl here of the Paul Whiteman, just drop outside. Indication is it's 2 shots to the Tower side, the Hardaway side. And it is 2. You just saw Mark Anderson there indicate the 2 shots.
And just back to that women's tournament, Kevin, as I said, 30 years ago we had seen a diminish in number of visitors attending. I think we got as low as 4. But over recent times that has continued to climb and now sits at about 28, including a number of top players like Alison Reaney, who won the tournament last year, Natasha Grimshaw, Wendy Green, Mary Campbell amongst them. And they're, certainly the women are going to be in for a very good week this coming week, even with the announcement this morning of the alert level change. We're comfortable and confident that we have that in hand to ensure that the competition will go ahead without too many changes to the format there, Kevin.
Oh, a bit of a lucky slide there, but not really helping. Might have cut 1 out. It was 3 down. Whiteman was a couple of bowls offline, got a rub off an inside bowl, running into the head. And that board's changing as well now in the Faria Noble match.
That was a single to De Faria. 14-12 after 18 now to Mark Noble.
So here we watch this bowl of Grant Anderson just slide by, and Dusty Rita certainly doesn't want to, because that last head they actually played very, very well, built the head up well, and they don't really now want to be in a position where they relinquish those 3 shots that they just scored. Now here comes Kevin Hills, who here he watches from here. He has a look at the screen. He reckons it's easier to watch from inside. So here is Dusty Rita now on the mat, on the backhand. He was the winner of 18 Northland titles on the backhand. Down on the head, leading 16 to 13. Just question the weight here, Grant. Yeah, he
light
knew.
And tasty.
Yeah, he knew. Sweating of the hand, didn't want to let that one go.
Yes, that would be the worst one we've seen from Dusty this morning.
So Mark Anderson now trying to take advantage of this pressure, going straight back onto the Northland side. And that's more than likely a counter. It will be. Steve Smith having a look. Of course, the difficulty here, Grant, as well, is where that front bowl, that very short bowl, Trevor Reeders, has gone. You know, it's you You've got to judge that line there dead right to make sure that you just skim past it to get down to that area. Otherwise, you're either going to disappear under the head or you're going to run into the bowl. So
Yes, it looks right on the line, really.
Rita was certainly in the line. So here's Rita's a big bowl in the context of this match. On the 20th end, leading 16-13 on the backhand is Dusty Rita from Whangarei. And, of course, this is what can happen. And pushes the bowl out on that. And that front bowl really, Grant, was what caused that bowl to go, I've just about called high, wide and handsome.
Yes, it was. I think he was in two minds whether he should play lean and mean underneath that bowl to the counter.
And sit on and of course you could sit on one of the second shots. So here's the start bowl of Mark Anderson's on end 20. And this could to count as well, goes by. And so this is going to be interesting here. This could well be 4. And we'll just see. And it was 3. Well, 16 apiece now. Well, that really, Grant, could have been worse, couldn't it?
It could have been, indeed. I think it would have been 5 had it not been for Paul Whiteman's bowl that got that wicken from out on the wing. So most probably quite lucky to come out of that, only conceding the 3, as you say, Kevin, for the Whangarei side. A very loose heading from them. We haven't seen many of them during this week. They've had a number of good wins.
Oh, that was really, in this, 20 ends to date, that was more than likely from the lead in 2. It was more than likely the loosest bowls that I've seen. And there's the crowd on the fence at looking over the fence here at Paritutu. And 14-12. Mark Noble leading Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here in New Plymouth as they play now the 19th end. And the final of the pairs is underway, and that's 4-2 in that semi-final. And it is the Bannockburn. No, it's not. It's my apologies. It's the Johnsonville combination who are leading 4 shots to 2. So first bowl of Brendan Anderson's, good response here from Steve Smith, just going to get in front of the Anderson bowl, sits inside it as they play up towards the clubhouse here at Paritutu.
Yes, and as we watch Brendan prepare to deliver his second one, just a bit of background on Brendan. He's the one of 5 brothers from Brian, and he also won his Taranaki Gold Star actually on this green in May last year, winning the Taranaki Champion of Champion Triples with both Grant and Mark. A real family effort that was to get his Gold Star and become the 4th member of the family to do so.
Well, that would, there'd be no other family around that's got 4 that have got Gold Stars.
That is correct, Kevin. A number with 2, but none with 3 or any others with 4.
Yeah, no, that would be, it's one for the Guinness Book.
Certainly in Taranaki, Kevin.
It's
the Scotch.
Well, I was going to say, if we go down to the south and get into Scottville, so Steve Smith turns his own bowl over once and his shot. We saw Trevor Rita. Yes, when we get into Cromwell, Bannockburn, down through there, that Scott area down there. There's Central Otago, Dunedin. There's a lot of there's a lot.
If I may, Kevin, I'll correct myself ever so slightly. We actually do have a family in Taranaki with 3, which is the Spurtle brothers from Inglewood. Bill, Ernie and Barney all got that distinguished award.
Oh, great bowl coming in here from number 2 from Kevin Hills again, who in my view has been very, very steady throughout this final. He does the job, the ideal job of number 2, that he's his bowl, his consistency is normally, it was not 2 per end, definitely 1 per end. He's certainly been very, very consistent.
Yes, Kevin Hills was part of Ian Budd's side that won this tournament in 1995, and he was also with Budd in 97 when he was a runner-up berth position achieved. So he's had an extensive history in this tournament and indeed in Taranaki Bowls, and in his own capacity is also a gold star holder.
So we've got all of the Anderson side are all gold star holders.
Correct.
That's
and incidentally, so is the Dafaria side.
Well, yeah, and in the Northland side as well, to be fair. Great ball again from Hills, right in behind the jack on the centre line. If you look at the Northland side as well, you know, Steve Smith's got 13, George Liddy at 8, Paul Whiteman 7, and Dusty Rita's got 18. And I imagine that I don't know about the Mark Noble side, but I know Mark Noble in his own right has got, you know, a lot of centre titles. As we see this bowl of Lydiards just go by, it's interesting. I know we're a long way away from the finish of this match, but we did see on the 19th end the Northland team struggle to get consistency, and now as we play the 21st, just although there's a couple of bowls there from good bowls from Steve Smith, the Tower side is starting to own the head early. And you see another good bowl here from Grant Anderson that draws lower the jack, and you know they'll be. I just wonder, Grant, whether the best option here for the Northland side is to look at some disturbance on that head, because there's 3 bowls sitting there literally in a triangle, isn't there?
Yes, some weight on any of those bowls could get a result. And it doesn't have to be silly weight, even though it could be driven, given that they do have Lydiard's bowl way down the back there. But if they were to only play that with draw weight and touch any of those bowls, they'll get nothing.
Well, this is going to be an ineffective bowl underhead. That's the danger, Grant, of trying to really not be decisive in the shot selection. And I tend to agree with you. There's that literally that triangle of bowls there, 4 bowls, 3 in front, 1 just behind. It's one of those heads that I feel is you can play a couple of yards of weight, and even if you don't get the ultimate shot itself, but you get some reduction on that bundle of bowls sitting there. Otherwise, your bowls will just drift away and be completely ineffective. And at this stage of the game, playing the 21st in, you don't want to, they were in a predicament. The last team, they finished up dropping 3, could have been 5. There's 3 or 4 down here now, and a similar situation. Another Ian finished 2 in the Dafaria Noble semi-final. We'll see that board change in a minute. So here is Grant Anderson on the board, on the mat, playing on his forehand, definitely holding 3 or 4. Doesn't like that, gives it a flip, trying to get to the back, which is sensible. And I still think the shot here is really playing with weight.
Good ball, boy. Very good.
Through the head.
Hang on. Now you tell him. He's ready to play his shot.
Yeah, and that's exactly the indication there from Dusty Rita, to play with weight up through that head. So here is Whiteman on the forehand. The bowl coming past us here in the commentary position. Yeah, played with that disturbing weight, but it's wide of the head. That's the weight that need to be played. So a lot of pressure here on Trevor Rita as the skips change over on N21 with the scores all locked up at 16 all, 14 all. The other semi-final, Craig Dafaria versus Mark Noble. 19 ends gone, all locked up, 14 all. All locked up here after 20 ends, 16 all. So the punters who at morning tea were indicating something to me might have just jumped out of the gates a wee bit too early, because a lot can happen in these 19 to 25s, and both of these matches now, it's anybody's match.
Yes, it's intriguing, isn't it, how we're basically now down to one game being a 4-end contest and the other a 5-end contest,
It is,
Kevin.
It is. And of course that's one of the luxuries, you could say, of the 25-end game, though, Grant, isn't it? Well, Rowan Brassey His view always was that 19 to 25, those are the ends you've got to win if you want to win. Yeah, marker, Gay Holland indicating she's got the lollipops there, it's 3. I think here Rita's got to be right through that head. Grant, trying to play halfway weight, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. You need to be playing ditch weight through the bowls, good contact on the counting bowls, or to the jack. On the mat is Dusty Rita of the Northland Centre, and he needs to be reaching right through. That's exactly what he's doing. His Rita's under the head, but will make contact. Just to pick, gets the jack. That's what can happen.
Got a result.
That's what can happen.
Yes, well, I think the weight selection was right on the money there. He in fact got his own bowl. If the jack had only gone back a foot or two, he would have been in an even worse situation. It went back a bit further. His own bowl followed through. He came out with a very good result at Grant Anderson, indicating 1-2 whangarei at this stage.
Yeah, well, it was any contact Grant with the front was going to give reduction anyway, wasn't it? That was the key thing. And I know you're agreeing with me in saying that it needed to be played with that sort of weight rather than just reaching weight to the head, because those shots are very hard to play.
Yes, yeah, there was a big enough target there that meant that was the right percentage shot to play, and Rita played it well.
So Mark Anderson now down on the head, question the weight.
Oh,
Don't
no
know
way.
He hasn't got the weight, so here's the opportunity. You know, this could really Grant be literally a 6-shot. If he draws another one here, it's actually a 6-shot turnaround on
there,
the
mate.
head from where it was 2 bowls ago.
Draw to there.
Yes,
Those are big results.
and that's what you were talking about just a few moments ago, Kevin, that when we come down the home straight, that's when the rubber is really on the road.
Certainly is.
And Rita has done that throughout this competition. They, in fact, had to go the full 8 rounds to get their qualification, and did so coming from behind to beat the 2020 winner Scott Roberts in the 8th round. So you've got to give this
Got this
side...
bowl out, good on a draw line here as Rita. Has it come up far enough? It falls in, not out, could well count. Falls in, I'm sure it does count. Kevin Hill's looking closely at it. It's definitely one. The bowl of George Lydiard in behind the shot, is in behind the jacks, definitely the shot. From our vantage point here, Grant, odd favour 2.
That's the early indication from Steve Smith.
Two, mate.
2's the call. So that Grant was really...
That's what you call good skipping, Kevin.
Oh, absolutely. That's
conversion and then addition.
Well, it's, you know, if I go back to the Somerset Nationals 2 weeks ago, young Andrew Kelly, 33-year-old with Seamus Curtin, we saw the benefit of, I think, his maturity in skipping now over the last 8 ends of the final against Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham. He was managed the game well, and you know, he backed himself to play certain shots, and Trevor Reader then made the right shot selection and was duly rewarded as we go into N22 with an 18-16 lead. You're not going to pick a winner yet, Grant?
Kevin, I'm a mouse, not a man.
Yeah, and 14 apiece at 19 in the other semi-final. So, Grant, it's been, you're a busy man. I know all the things that go on here as chairman of Bowls Taranaki, but one, it's a pleasure for us to be here to cover this event again, and congratulations on the wonderful job that Taranaki do, and thank you for your time, and of course we look forward to a great final this afternoon, and then being back here in February for the Somerset National Falls and Mixed Beers.
Thank you very much, Kevin. A pleasure to have you back down here, rekindling those memories of 38 years ago. Of course, on a day completely dissimilar to this one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, it was. Well, I must say, to be fair, Grant, on that particular day, right now, about this time of the day, the weather was actually fine. It was just late afternoon on Wolfish Picnic Day. It decided to bucket down late in the afternoon, and duly did so.
Yes. Great to have you here again, Kevin, and we look forward to your successful commentary for the remainder of the competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. As we see now, once again, it's been Brendan Anderson, who was just drawn inside the Steve Smith bowl, but not to be outdone. Smith getting down to the jack. Going to sit right on top of the jack, a front toucher. You've got 3 bowls there now, sitting just centimetres from the jack, and it's 1 to the Northland side, who now lead by 18 shots to 16 after 21 of 25 of the semi-final of the Taranaki 117th Open Fours. And the other match, the match between Mark Noble of the Manawatu and Craig DeFaria of West End, that's all locked up at 14 apiece after 19 of the 25 ends. The final of the pairs is also underway, and I'll give you an update on that at the moment. I can see it's 9-2, and that's the Johnsonville combination on the green colour, who are leading 9-2. That's the side of Naki Nahima and Nian McKinnon, and they're leading McGibbon. They're leading the Bannockburn combination of Alan Ridgett and Hugh Andrews by 9 shots to 2 after 8 of the 21 ends. So back to the live action here, and we're coming right down to the wire here in these semi-finals of the Taranaki Open Fours at the Paritutu Bowling Club. Bit of cloud, bit of wind got up now, looking out to the flags, which are sitting dormant a few ends back now. Bit of a breeze there, bit of cloud cover, but still perfect conditions here as we watch this bowl of
Brilliant weight, man.
the Hara side just skip under the jack. It's a Steve Smith bowl, which is holding shot at present. We saw that last end, the big change around. So we're sitting right now at Motoroa, where we are here at 24 degrees outside. And our wonderful bowl here from, look at this bowl from George Lydia. George right in behind the jack.
Make sure you're up now, Hilsey.
Steve Smith bowl's a back toucher. The Steve Smith bowl's just centimetres away. The back bowl there, the bowl of George Lydia with the fedora on, has drawn a back toucher, leading 18-16 as we play in 22 down towards the sea or road end here at Paritutu. Here's Kevin Hills on the mat. Looks to be attacking with weight through the head. Looking at it for a while was Mark Anderson, but it skipped by. So here's now Paul Whiteman on the backhand on the mat. Holding shot is the Northland side. In fact, holding to very deliberate delivery. Got it out on that wider side, on that backhand side. Biggest thing here for the Northland side is they don't want to give a shoulder. Don't want to be playing jack low to give a run and slide into that head. Playing with weight, which is, I'm sure, what the Anderson trio would do, because you're not going to draw. You'd be... As
you see it, boy.
Well, Dave Baldwin might have drawn that shot in his day when the green was running about 22 seconds. He'd be quite capable of drawing it, but pretty challenging shot here, and I think they want some disturbance on the head before the skips change over. So Grant Anderson, he's back to the mat. The blue bowls on the backhand. This gives the appearance to me, this is weight, it is on the backhand, playing the full drive down towards the counting bowls, goes by, gets nothing. Yeah, of course, with that weight, that would kill for sure.
Stick one there because you don't know.
You see Steve Smith and Trevor Rita, Dusty Rita, have a good look at the head, but hand waving going on. So here's Whiteman, Manga White, playing his last bowl on end, 22 of 25. It's certainly out on the wide side, and he won't mind if this comes alive and goes towards the deepest, towards the ditch. Certainly it's alive. I can see from where I'm sitting inside that line, it is alive, but not likely to have any bearing. Here's Graham Anderson again on the drive. It's on its way. He's looking at, doesn't like it. It's gone, swings away. This could be a big end in this context of this match. Really, I'll put end 21 down as the end that I think was the real key end in this semi-final, where it was the Hara side who were holding 3, perhaps 4 shots, and Trevor Rita played up through the head, dislodged the bowls, got movement onto the jack, moved the jack back, and resultant to that was 2 shots to the Northland side. More than likely they're a 5-shot or 6-shot turnaround, and at end 21 they can have a big bearing. 15-14 now, Craig DeFaria in front, 15-14 after 20 of 25. Craig DeFaria of West End up against Mark Noble and his composite side. Mark Noble from Takaro in Manawatu, and the other guys, of course, from Shannon. So Rita staying outside the head on the safe side, and you know the attack, the drive is really, I'm sure, the shot that the harder side will stay with after having 2 drives at the head now. I think that's really the best option. Hard to draw that after George Lydia drew that magnificent shot. So here is Mark Anderson on the mat, playing for the drive to get a split. Gone, might get a slide here, might get some luck. How's that for luck? How's that for luck? Off target, got the slide off the bowl. That's always on. Got the slide off the bowl and dislodged the counting bowls. Big bowl here though for Rita, because there's still a 3-shot chance here. 1 down on the head now. What a turnaround there from the tower side. Definitely off target with the drive. Had the luxury though of using that weight. Got some contact on the bowls. Got a slide off the inside bowl. Ran onto the jack. Shot here, of course, for Trevor Rita is to play down. He gets a trail on the jack, or if he's to play the other hand, sit the bowl out of the head. But playing on that wider side, he's got the 2 options: either sit the bowl out, or he can draw the jack around the corner and make 3 of it. He makes his way back to the mat, does Dusty Rita, the holder of 18 Northland titles. Having a look at the head, the Hara or the tower combination, holding 1 shot on the backhand is Rita. (18-16). The Northland side with the lead. It's on its way. It's not a bad line, this bowl to the jack. This is on a good line. This is on a good line. Sits the bowl out clean, moves the jack. What a bowl. What a bowl. There was 2 options on the shot there. Could either set the bowl, which was the least probable shot, or get the touch to the jack. And to me, I'll wait to see what our marker says. It looked like 3. Now looking for the jack, and it is 3. What a turnaround. 2 big bowls from both of these skips. Looking for the jack in the ditch is Mark Anderson's under the head. It's gone. Well, what a turnaround. What a turnaround. What a bowl from Trevor Rita, Dusty Rita, the Northland skip, 21-16 now after 22 of 25. I've seen a 5-shot change in the last 2 ends. We saw some big turnarounds, and as I said, I've marked down here on the scorecard that 21st end when the Northland side were in all sorts of trouble. I'd say 4 down on the head, and Rita played with that right weight right through the head, got jack movement, and then on that last head, well, to be fair, and if we look now at the context of the semi-final, it's over the last 2 ends, we've played 22 or 25. It's Trevor Rita 5, the Tau team 0, because it's been the 2 bowls of the Northland skip that have made the big difference. So we go into end 23, 15-14. Craig DeFaria leads Mark Noble after 20 of 25 ends. Steve Smith on the backhand. Got the bowl out on a good arc, breaking towards the head now, coming towards the jack. Well, they just go by. It goes by, it's about a metre, playing up towards the clubhouse here at Paritutu. Thanks, chaps. Now Brendan Anderson, he's been pretty consistent as well, played pretty well. The gold star holder on the backhand. He's got that good line as well, just coming down towards the centre line now. And this is a good opening bowl from Anderson, just going to just go by the jack. Of course, we'll be bringing you the final when that gets underway, at whatever time that might be. The second bowl of Steve Smith just going to run lower the jack, and we'll go just slightly jack high, but missed the line by a few inches. Another good line here from Brendan Anderson. This is coming in towards the jack. Just going to go by, makes it on his own bowl, just sits on the outside of the bowl. 2 very, very good bowls from the Tau lead. So here's George Lydiard, who really played that and a good response here. He played a good bowl on the last end, did Lydiard, and he's done it again. Here sits on the 2 counting bowls and draws right on top of the 2, what were the 2 counting bowls. Here's Kevin Hills now coming in towards the jack, and equal to it, draws a front toucher. And you'll see it sitting there just low of the jack.
One amongst their 3, so you're just carefully drawing down here, George.
So here's George Lydiard again. Played such a great bowl with his first.
Come on, George. Come on, George. George.
And just sitting by the jack again. Falls over. May well count. And the call then you might have heard from Mark Anderson that they are holding the shot, that one shot.
That's good, mate.
Just went through. You would have heard Trevor Rita then. Just one down. Just got a note from Alex Reid. Thank you. Thank you, Alex, in your air-conditioned room. We're nice and air-conditioned here as well, but thank you. And yep, only 30 more to go without kills. That's right, Alex. You're 100% correct. But in saying that, Alex, it's always great to bring that coverage when you've got matches that's so closely fought as these two are out in front of us now. And I see them. Big count coming up, I've just been told, in the Defaria match at N21. We'll see in a moment what that is. Jordan Lim's got the measure out and it's going all around the place like a clothesline. There's a number of bowls that they've measured. Defaria is the one I've just been told who has picked up the number. So here is Mark Anderson holding shot. Good looking bowl here from Anderson. Is going to get to the oh, not quite. Still measuring in the Defaria Noble match. We'll see that board change in a minute. Jordan Lim's got the mat. We'll see that number change over. So here is Paul Whiteman now with his
Good grass, mate.
last bowl on the N23. This is coming into the head well. Is it going to get all the way inside to the shot bowl? Needs another roll. Just falls away. It was a big number. All right, from the Defaria match, we've now gone to must have been a 5. 2014 now to Craig Defaria. Craig Defaria of West End leading Mark Noble 20-14 after picking up a significant number on the 21 completed. So down here looking at the head is Grant Anderson. So I'm sure they're still not sure who's got the shot, and they're looking closely at it of who's holding that one. 21-16, 21-16. It is Trevor Rita of Northland who is leading Mark Anderson. As I say, we just saw a big turnaround in the Noble Defaria match. In 23 here in this semi-final, and don't forget we will be back here this afternoon with the live final as we see Grant Anderson on the mat on the forehand. 10-4 now in the final of the pairs. 10-4. That's the Johnsonville combination. Well, with the weight that's been played here, I have a feeling that the Anderson combination with that weight might feel that they were one down. Steve Smith and Dusty Rita having a good look at the head to...
Yeah, mate, you do that.
Oh, finger measures out. See if Steve Smith gives us any indication. No. So we'll see.
Which hand you're going to play? That hand?
So here is Trevor, Dusty Rita on the forehand. He's certainly out on the wide side. Well, who knows? It's
a good bowl there, mate. Sit down.
Nothing's been given away by anyone really who's got the shot here. The way they're looking at playing the head, the Anderson side, they could be down, trying to get some movement of the bowls back, as it still could well be the bowl of George Lydiard. That's actually the shot. 2014 after 21 ends of 25 in the other semi-final, that between Craig DeFaria of West End and Mark Noble of Takaro and Manawatu. So still looking at the head is the Tower side, deciding what shot to play. I would think, if Grant Hassel was here, I'd be asking him, right, looking how they're looking at it. Grant just sitting alongside me. I think the Tower side, they're one down. Yeah, yeah, Grant's given the right impression, the shrug of the shoulders, because it's a bit like that. And neither side has given really anything away on this particular call on the 23rd end. So here is Mark Anderson on the mat. Look to be playing with, not going to be short, and it's going to be on the wider side. Needs to come back a long way out there. He's going to come back all the way. Now, that weight was literally right to the ditch. Still not sure who's got shot. Steve Smith having yet another look over the top of the head to see what he thinks of who's got shot. One down. That's what I'm picking. I just saw a movement of the finger, which to me indicated, might be wrong, that it was one down. So the head so far has been played on the premise one side thinks they're one down, the other one thinks they're one down. So we'll just wait and see. We'll see what weight that Dusty Rita decides to play with. It'll give us an indication of what the thoughts are. We really don't know. Still not sure what shot to play is Rita. Coming to now, this conversation could be Steve Smith saying that I think we've got the shot.
So I think you've got to be going through it.
So Rita having another look at it.
Don't play dead draw. You move that far, we can be 3 down.
Personally, if he's going to play the shot that I think that Steve Smith's talking about indicates to me is one down. He could get inside the bowls. If he got a dead draw touch on the jack on his forehand, he could actually make 3 shots of it. But it has to be dead draw, just a touch of the jack, about 2 inches. He's playing on that side. That indicates that that's what he's looking for. Needs to come back now. He's playing with the weight. That's not going to make any difference unless he got a cannon off the bowl trying. That could have turned the bowl over of George Lydiard. They are now having a look is the Tower side to see who's got shot. Got one. It's the call. We just heard it, that the Tower side are holding one. I don't think they'll be. So you can see the green bowl in behind the head, and the call is to try and draw to that bowl for Mark Anderson on the backhand, holding one on end 23, trailing 21-16. It's on a pretty good line, but it's going to just get under the head. But the course, what's the story there? That's what he didn't want. He's one down. That's one. That was a big. Boy, he needed a bowl 2 down. In fact, that was a huge turnaround for the Anderson side. Was more than likely under green by 1 bowl. and it got a touch onto the bowl, moved the jack over, and sat right alongside the George Lydiard bowl, and brought the other one into the count, making it 23-16 now to the Northland side of Steve Smith, George Lydiard, Paul Whiteman, and Trevor Rita as we play in 24 of 25. And I'll go back to that 21st end where Rita saved the situation with a run shot, and from there we've seen a 2, a 3 and a 2. We've seen them go from 16 all to 23-16. So Steve Smith been pretty consistent right throughout the match, has both the leads. And we saw that first bowl of Smith just fall in behind, right on the centre line. What a bowl, what a response there from Brendan Anderson. Draws the jack right, a touch it, just draws it round the corner. These two leads have had a fantastic tussle right throughout the whole 25 ends. On the back end now is Steve Smith. Hasn't played many out there on that wider line. And really, as we play in 24, although they're one down the Northland side, as far as the scoreboard sits, one down to them is that is fine, because they don't, just they hold their position. The big thing here on N24, you don't get in a position where you play a loose head and put yourself in a position to drop a 4 or a 5. So here's the response from Brendan Anderson. Look at this. He's going to sit inside. The Smith bowl sits on top of it and makes all but 2 of it. Not 2, but 1. But 2 bowls locked right in on top of the jack. So Whiteman indicating, Trevor Rita indicating to George Lydiard on the back end with the fedora on, and that kneeling delivery. Get him behind the head. And he's going to do just that. Gets that meter in behind the head. He'd be quite happy with that. That sits that meter directly in line with the jack. So Kevin Hills has been pretty consistent right throughout this final. (10-6) now the Johnsonville combination lead Bannockburn after 12 ends in the final of the pairs, as we see that bowl of Kevin Hills just disappear under the line. So I hope the photographer has got a couple of photos of George Lydiard, because the fedora look in the kneeling delivery is certainly one to be captured. That's what a moment. Trying to get down to jack movement. Is Lydiard not going to quite get to the jack, but certainly trying to play that jack trail. It's fine for him, didn't disturb anything. I wonder when the Northland side right, or you have to move that second shot. We need to get 2 rolls out of that bowl, move it out of the head, because that's your only chance of a number. And here's the bowl coming. Good bowl here from Hill's, going to sit on the shot bowl now. Ooh, yeah, they'd like it, but not like it, because it certainly opens the door up now for Paul Whiteman to play down through that port to get jack movement. If he gets jack movement, that certainly makes things very, very challenging for the Harawis, for the Tau side. And that looks like the way Whiteman's standing on the mat. This is going to come down, aiming towards to get to that jack. And that's certainly what he's doing, coming down to those counting bowls. Is it going to hold up, get the back of that bowl and get the jack, got rid of one of the bowls? fine. That's one of the bowls of the Tower side that disappeared out of the head. Grant Anderson, he's up having a look at the head. There is a stun shot, shunt shot. Trying to get some movement. Must be onto that bowl.
Draw the jack.
So Whiteman will be more on the draw, I would say, with this bowl now that bowled he is on the back end on the draw. The bowl to use has disappeared out of the head, so there's no sense in trying to sacrifice too much. Coming down to the bowl of the jack. This is close. This is close. And gets the jack around the corner. It's the shot we were talking about, straight back to the George Lydia bowl. Now that makes life very, very challenging for the Tower combination. The jack movement certainly wasn't what they wanted. Well played by Paul Whiteman, who struggled at certain parts of this match, but not so on the N24. Played a ripper. 2015 now after 22 in the Craig DeFaria match. Craig DeFaria leading Mark Noble 20 shots to 15 after 22. As we see the shot not drawn there by Grant Anderson, just fell half a metre short. And the big thing here for the Northland side, Trevor Rita side, as you look around, the crowd in here at Paritutu enjoying the sunshine. The Canadian man there, he's got that one good. They've got a great national anthem, Canada, by the way. Just as an aside.
Target, you just beat the last bowl, I suppose. Whatever you want to do. I don't want him right next to the jack.
So here is Dusty Rita on the forehand. Won't want to give a shoulder there for Mark Anderson. If anything, he wants to be, well, he's well lower the jack, so that makes it, takes that shoulder option away. And to stay alive, really, Anderson must score with one of these two bowls on this, the 24th end. And it is two. You'll see our marker there indicating it is two. Gay Holland, our marker, indicating two shots. So here is Anderson on the drive. I'm not sure he's going for the kill. Got a melee of everything, but really doesn't change that for the Mark Anderson skip side. Two down on the head, trailing 23-16 at end 24. Mark Noble trailing Craig DeFaria after 22 ends by 20 shots to 15. So here is on the mat now, Dusty Rita. He played those two big bowls on ends 21 and 22. To me, they were the decisive shots that have turned this game around. Played two magnificent bowls on two consecutive ends and staying out on the wide side. Doesn't want to give any shoulders, doesn't want to give anything at all for Mark Anderson, who'll be playing for the kill, I would imagine. You won't be worrying, will Trevor Rita, whether that bowl counts or not. On the mat is Mark Anderson, of course, 2 times winner of this event. Is this his last bowl on the backhand, going for the kill. Doesn't like it, needs a bit of luck. Not going to get it, goes by. And shake hands time, and we've got our first finalist. And that's the Northland side, the Trevor Rita, Dusty Rita skip side, with Paul Whiteman, George Lydiard and Steve Smith. They've defeated the Tower side of Hara by, I think, 25 shots to 16. That's the side of Brendan Anderson, Kevin Hills, Grant Anderson and Mark Anderson. So we know in our final this afternoon we will have Trevor Rita of Whangarei up against either Craig DeFaria or Mark Noble, and we'll be back when that final gets underway, I would say at around about 2:30.